Good evening. This is forecaster Mark Spencer from Ohio News and Weather, and it's just after 6 o'clock. We do have a tornado warning here we're going to talk about, and this tornado warning is in effect until 6:45 p.m. for southern Portage County, southwestern Mahoning County, northeastern Stark County, and east central Summit County. And I will be back with you in just a moment because I do have someone kind of in the line of this storm. Sorry about that. Got someone in the, it's someone I know. My son's actually kind of in the path of that tornado warning a little bit there. Again, it is radar indicated, meaning there's no actual tornado spotted on the ground. Have not seen a funnel cloud or anything like that. It's pretty much right over Stowe and the Talmadge area a little bit. So here's Stowe, and actually our radar indicates tornado is actually going to be down here towards Talmadge. Not a whole lot of spin in the latest update, but right here, it's going to be right along State Route 261, just east of that Hout Road intersection. I believe that's a circle or a roundabout now. It's just east of there, about ready to move into Portage County, just to the southwest of the Kent area. And that particular tornado warning, storm rather, is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So some of the locations impacted here, the Brimfield area, Kent, we'll say Talmadge, Mogador. It does get down into Summit County, or excuse me, northern Stark County, but we're going to keep an eye on it. It may just barely hit Stark County. I am watching this. This is starting to pick up a little bit here, and so we're going to keep an eye on this. Hello, everybody. So here's our radar indicated tornado right here. This is the Summit Portage County line. This is Interstate 76, State Route 43. So we're just to the west of 76, where if you're going towards Akron, it curves to the southwest. If you're going towards Kent, Ravenna, it curves up to the north and east. So this is, again, pretty much moving due east. Do have a little bit of embedded rotation up there around Stowe, Monroe Falls, right along, well, just about the State Route 91, State Route 59 intersection here in Stowe. So we're going to keep an eye on that there, but this is right now is the area of concern, this area of rotation. I think right now on its current track, it could get close to paralleling Interstate 76. If you're in downtown Kent, this is going to be hard pressed to hit you, but you got a pretty good storm coming. So I'm not going to say you're in the clear. We're going to need to keep an eye on it. Brady Lake and Ravenna, that's all coming your way as well. The particular portion of the storm that we're concerned about should stay to the south of State Route 59. I think it's more going to parallel Interstate 76 right now. I think along the north side, but we could watch it. It could wobble a little bit and be along the south side as well. The whole storm is kind of moving to the south and east, as you can see, overall. And this little shower's been around for a bit. It finally gradually evolved into a thunderstorm. We do have other severe thunderstorms moving into western Ohio, and we'll get to covering those in just a moment. Right now, I do want to focus on the tornado warning here because that is the more prominent thing. If you look across the bottom of the screen, you'll see warnings scrolling throughout our broadcast along with the expiration date in the lower right-hand corner as well. So if you are curious about whether or not you have something going on, you can watch there as well. For the rest of Portage and Summit County, a good portion of it is under a severe thunderstorm warning. However, if you are generally along and to the west of I-77 in Summit County, much of the storm has moved out pretty much for the most part. It's right along Old State Route 8. If you know where that's at, that's pretty much where, that's State Road, by the way, in Summit County. That's pretty much where the bulk of the storm is. So Cuyahoga Falls up towards Boston, Boston Heights up that way. If you're west of that, this storm's moving out as well. We should have a radar update on this particular storm here pretty much any moment. I'm gonna go back and forth here. I'm gonna flip through a couple different products just real quick, see what we're looking at. There's our update, and yeah, okay, this is looking pretty, you know, marginal at best. We'll go with this view here just at the moment because I think the other one kind of extrapolates a little bit. So here's our spin. It's actually right over 77, just west of State Route 43, just north of Brimfield there. And that's pretty much going to stay that way. I think it'll probably stay on the south side of the highway now based on that latest scan. So we're pretty much right over State Route 43 and Interstate 76 there is where that area of rotation is. If you happen to see anything and you're following along, pop it in the comments. We do have someone following along in the comments as well. It's going to help out. I'm going to try to look at comments when I can and everything. So we do have a severe thunderstorm watch as well across a good portion of, well, all of western Ohio, all the way to almost the I-71 corridor that runs through about 10 p.m. tonight. So we do have that going on as well. Again, we'll cover all that a little bit later. I definitely want to kind of hone in here on this tornado warning. Now, do note, as it gets to the east of State Route 43 here, obviously, if you're familiar with the area, if you're not, that's okay. This is generally pretty rural. There's some small communities here and there, but we are going to keep an eye on it because if it does continue to track south and east, we'll hit some other towns. So we do want to keep an eye on it. Looks like they did just issue a update to the tornado warning here. I'm going to check on that. Right now, downtown Kent is out of the tornado warning if you're north of State Route 59. Right now, it's still a radar-indicated tornado. No reports of anything right now. It is headed towards the Alliance area. I'm going to back out just a little bit just to show you how far this warning goes. And it's not anything crazy. Here's our tornado warning. Here's the portion of the cell we're concerned about. But as you can see, this is a pretty wide tornado warning here, all the way down into the Alliance area. Right now, if you're in Alliance, keep your eyes and ears open, but I wouldn't get too crazy just yet. It's very possible on its current track that this goes towards Atwater, the Deerfield area. Right here is the Summit, Portage, and Columbiana County line. It could just barely get in there, just to the east of Limaville there in State Route 183. It could barely touch that based on its current track. If it turns more to the right, which is possible, then we're looking at Limaville, north side of Alliance, that could be possibly impacted. But of course, all of this has to stay together. It could easily fall apart. We were expecting storms with the line coming through that's now entering western Ohio to perhaps have an embedded tornado threat. This is ahead of all of that. So this is a little bit different. Models were hinting at some storms developing ahead of the line, but they weren't anything crazy. And you know what? The storm didn't look like anything crazy about a half hour ago. So, you know, things can kind of change. We had rain and some storms earlier. It's very warm. It's humid out there, and this is great weather for thunderstorms to develop and build. So plenty of energy available for thunderstorms to become strong, severe. And you know what? We do have that isolated tornado threat, and that's kind of what we're looking at here. It's isolated. Right now, this is just over Brimfield, just passing over State Route 43, which is right here. Here we have US Route 224, and then we have over here Interstate 40, or excuse me, State Route 44, my bad. Interstate 44 is in west, well west of here. All right, here's our latest update. Still some decent spin here ahead of that storm. Just again, a little east of Brimfield. If you are in the Rootstown area, which is gonna be right here, and just south of that, towards the Randolph area. If you're anywhere in there, now's the time to take shelter. Again, we're not seeing anything that suggests that there's a tornado on the ground. We do not have any reports of a tornado on the ground right now. This is all radar indicated, but play it safe, take shelter. You want to go to your basement. If you do not have a basement, you want to go to the lowest level of your home, and then you want to get into the centermost room you have in your home, whether that's a closet, a bathroom, an interior hallway. Put as many walls between you and the exterior walls and windows as you can. If you have to hit a bathroom, you know, if you really need to take shelter, the tub's probably the best place if you have a tub and can get into it. If you are in a mobile home, if you're in a mobile home right now, you got a few minutes. If you are along and east of State Route 44, you got a few minutes to get out. If you have somewhere quick you can go that has a sturdier place to shelter. If you don't, then you want to get to the interior most portion of your mobile home as you can. But mobile homes are not really good at keeping you safe from tornadoes. Best thing you can do is get out, go somewhere that is a bit sturdier building, or drive away from it. I'm not suggesting you get out and speed down the road. This is radar indicated. There's nothing that is on the ground right now. So that's good, at least that we're seeing and what we're hearing right now, nothing on the ground. I'm gonna check on a couple other things over here as well. We're still with you here. This is a tornado warning in effect for Portage County for the most part, and that goes until 6:45 p.m. Right now, if you're in eastern Summit County, the Mogador area, south and east of Talmadge, if you're in Summit County, this tornado warning it's still active for you, but the part of the storm that we're concerned about is now to your east. You guys are fine. Did get another radar update there, and it looks like the area of rotation is gradually kind of coming down a little bit here. I'm going to flip over to this particular product while I check out just a couple other things real fast. We are going to take a look at Western Ohio here in just a moment too. I'm sure some of you have some things going on there as well. Okay, this tornado warning kind of came in at an odd time here. I was just finally getting set up to get our stream going, and then it kind of came in, so I didn't quite get everything ready to go. I do apologize here, folks. Excellent. Okay, I think we're good now too. All right, so this is Portage County, Ohio, northeastern Ohio. Ravenna is pretty much the center of the county, right up there at the very top of the screen. We have Brimfield here, Kent up here, and then right here, it's not listed. We got the little community of Ritztown, and this area of rotation is going to be south of that. It's actually going to be closer to Randolph, which is right here. It's going to be just in between. You have the Portage County Fairgrounds right about there, and that's going to pass over State Route 44 here in just about the next 3 to 5 minutes. If you're in Atwater, now's the time to start taking shelter. This is probably about 10 minutes out or so right now. So now's the time to definitely take shelter. Deerfield, if you're in the Deerfield area there in southeastern Portage County, I definitely start getting ready to take shelter. I think you're okay right now. It's very possible this could potentially break up just a little bit. We are seeing a little bit of that. This is becoming a little less organized here. It looks like we may have a little bit of what we call rear flank downdraft coming around, or if you follow certain storm chasers online, RFD, and that's wind wrapping back around. That will happen. It'll kind of cancel out some of that rotation. So we'll keep an eye on that here as other scans come in. If you're in northeastern Stark County, so it's Limaville to Alliance. Right now, I think you guys are going to be okay. Keep your eyes and ears open. You don't necessarily need to go running for shelter right now unless you need time to get to shelter. If you do, that's fine. So we are going to just continue to keep an eye on this here. I do want to get over to Western Ohio and look at what's coming in there right now. We're pretty significant line of storms coming into Western Ohio, so I don't want to forget about that, and I don't want to leave you guys out. I know some of you are probably looking at that, and we're just going to see if we get, there's our update, perfect. Yep, you see how this all started canceling out? Look at there. This is, if you will, a good sign, because this is pretty much going to cancel out that rotation, at least for right now. This isn't a super organized storm. So it could cycle back around and produce rotation later again, but it's possible that this kind of weakens the storm enough that we won't see that. Hard to say in this environment. We did have those storms earlier move through the area, and that left some outflow boundaries, and what that does is it leaves some energy behind, if you will, that these storms feed off of, and that's kind of how we get these areas of rotation as well. It's interacting with basically the exhaust, if you will, of a prior storm and causing some of that spin. So right now I'm feeling pretty good. Atwater, Deerfield, and then especially into northeastern Stark County. I'm feeling pretty good about that right now. And again, keep your eyes and ears open. Atwater, Deerfield. If you're right along State Route 44, I'd probably stay in shelter for just a couple more minutes, but this is a pretty promising sign. If you're along US 224 here, especially between 44 and State Route 183, I definitely keep your eyes and ears open as well, but as long as it continues to look like this, I think we'll be okay here. I'm going to flip over to one of our other velocity products as well. I'm just kind of curious to see what it's showing. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is just the raw velocity, what we call base velocity. The other one was called storm relative velocity, which takes out kind of that storm movement of it. And this is definitely looking a lot better than it was earlier. I don't see the more brighter reds or greens kind of joining one another here. So that's a very good promising sign. And they may actually drop this tornado warning a little bit earlier if these trends continue. And there's the latest update. And well, we got a little bit of area right up here, right along Interstate 76, a couple miles to the east of State Route 43 there. And then we also have this other area just a little south and east of that. Those are kind of broad. Here's the area of concern earlier. It's moving right over Randolph now. It's almost directly overhead the Portage County Fairgrounds, just north of 224 along State Route 44 there. So let's take a look at this just real quick, because this is kind of interesting now. Here is our reflectivity product. Yeah, okay, so those are kind of the back end of the storm there. Okay, all right, that's not too bad. We're gonna let that go. Yeah, this is looking a lot better. So this is a good sign here. What we see here is we kind of see, we put a line right here, right? So that's kind of good in a sense. We don't have greens and reds mixing in with one another really. Yeah, a little bit right here. That was our area of concern earlier, but otherwise we can pretty much just put a line right here. So that's good. So this is becoming more of an outflow dominant thunderstorm, which means it's kind of collapsing a little bit and it's weakening. It's losing its strength. So that's very good. I anticipate them dropping the tornado warning sooner rather than later. It's a good sign. I would say it's okay if you're not taking shelter in Atwater or Deerfield right now. You should be okay. But if you want to play it safe, take shelter. Nothing wrong with that. If you're in northern Stark County, in northeastern Stark County there, Limaville area, east of State Route 44 to the Alliance, or even the Sebring area in Columbiana County, I think that you guys are going to be okay. This storm is going to have a really tough time impacting Alliance. If you get hit with it, you're going to get hit with just the southern edge of it, if you're lucky. This is just the regular reflectivity product. I'm sorry, I got the storm up here a little bit, but it's going to be hard pressed to hang a right and hit Alliance right now. Bulk of the storm right now is 44 just south of 76 in the Rootstown. That's some heavy rain and maybe some small hail as well. Here's our inflow right here. This was our area of rotation, this notch. And that, again, on our velocity product, wasn't looking too impressive. So again, a good sign, not as impressive as it was looking earlier. We should have another update on this in just a moment, so I'm going to hang on that for just another, about another minute or so here. We should have an update. I'm going to flip across some of our velocity products real quick and recenter our radar. There we go. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. We're going to wait about another 30 seconds here, folks, and then I do want to start looking at Western Ohio. Again, the tornado warning kind of takes priority. If you're going to complain about what I do or don't do, please feel free to leave the stream and find another source of weather. I will get there when I get there. The tornado warning is the priority. All right, should have an update on this shortly. We're going to see what this does. If this is looking a lot better, then I will get to Western Ohio, and we'll talk briefly about that. We did get an update here, and Yeah, overall, it's not looking too bad. This is just east of State Route 44 right now. And they did just update the warning as well. I'm going to check that out real fast. And I don't see anything that has particularly changed right now. That's good. No reports of anything right now. No funnel clouds, no tornadoes spotted. Looks like they've mentioned that the rotation is weakening. So right now, if you are west of State Route 43, Kent to Brimfield, if you will, if you are, here's State Route 43, if you're west of there, you're in the clear. Brimfield's in the clear. And here's our area of concern right now. But again, that rotation's weakening. It's been kind of falling apart, a little bit more outflow dominant now than inflow. Still a bit of a notch. You could still see a bit of a turn in the sky. I think at best right now, it could maybe try to produce a wall cloud at best if you see something, but right now, not too much. I am going to leave this and go to Western Ohio. I don't want to hear anybody else complain. So let's go ahead and go to Western Ohio here. And we're going to turn a couple things off as well. First, we're going to take the big overall view here. I'm going to turn off our watches for right now. Let's go with the watch. There we go. We have this big, huge line right now, pretty much all along the state line from Michigan all the way down along the Indiana line to Kentucky. Getting ready to move into Cincinnati here in about the next half an hour. Some pretty good wind gusts along this, 55, 60 or so miles an hour. Some of these warnings are quite large. They're warning way out ahead of this line. It's moving fairly quick at about 50 miles an hour or so. We'll check out a couple warnings here in just a moment too with it. Oh, actually, it looks like we just got a report of a funnel cloud earlier up in our tornado warm storm. Look at there. Okay. There was a report of a funnel cloud in Talmadge at Graham and Fish Creek Road. Okay, I know right where that's at. It's in Stowe, north of Talmadge. Right in Stowe, Graham and Fish Creek. I used to live over there. So, interesting. So that tornado warning storm we had did produce a funnel cloud earlier over Stowe, but not in the same spot we were thinking. A couple wind reports coming out of Indiana into Ohio, 58 miles an hour in Fort Recovery, right over the state line there. In Portland, Indiana, it was 59. So we got a pretty good line of storms right now. As far as warnings go, I'm going to work north to south for you guys here a little bit. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 6:45 for northwestern Defiance and Williams County. These storms are moving northeast at 45 miles an hour wind and contain 60 mile an hour wind gusts. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Paulding and Van Wert counties until 6:30 p.m. with 60 mile an hour winds and small hail. The Weather Service says that storm's moving northeast 60 miles an hour. Further south of there, we have a pretty large warning. This is going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Darke and Mercer County till 6:30 p.m. So this is about ready to drop. I think that will probably get, well, nope, they've warned out ahead of it. Never mind. It says 70 mile an hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, but the warning out ahead of it is not considerable. As we go further south along the I-70 corridor towards Dayton, we have a very large severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio for Preble, Butler, northwestern Warren, southern Darke, Montgomery, and southern Miami counties, to include the Dayton metro area, all the way down to the northern Cincinnati metro. That goes until 7:15 p.m. It's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so 70 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible. So those are some pretty destructive storms. That's going to move along I-70 and I-75. So if you're in those areas or you're driving in those areas soon, you may want to change your plans. Further west than that, along the I-75 corridor, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7 o'clock this evening for Shelby, Darke, Auglaize, Eastern Mercer, and Miami counties. 60 mile an hour wind gusts are possible. It's moving east at 55 miles an hour. North of that, towards the Lima and Ottawa area, severe thunderstorm warning for Putnam, southwestern Defiance, southeastern Paulding, south central Henry, eastern Van Wert, and Allen counties until 7 p.m. 60 mile an hour wind gusts are possible as those storms move northeast at 70 miles an hour. So these storms are booking. Good news here is they're not producing substantial wind damage. So that is a plus. I'm just going to give a quick check. I'm not going to move over here. I'm just going to give a quick check on our tornado warning here up in northeastern Ohio, and I do want to go back to it actually. And we do have some rotation trying to get its act back together here. So let's go back to that. There we are. Apologize for that. Here we go. So right now we're going to look east of State Route 44. That's going to be this line right here. And then we have US Route 224 here just north of that. So just a little east of the Portage County Fairgrounds. Again, fairly rural out here, but heading towards the Atwater area here. If you're in Atwater, I'd consider taking shelter. This did start wrapping back in a little bit. We can kind of see that here. It's right over 224, just a few miles to the east of State Route 44, and that's going to enter Atwater in about the next 5 minutes. So if you haven't taken shelter in Atwater, now would be the time as a precaution. Again, we don't have a confirmed tornado with this. It did produce a funnel cloud back over here. Here's Stowe. This is State Route 59. Graham and Fish Creek is actually going to be, our little tag is actually going to be right up here under our upper third there. So it did produce a brief funnel cloud. Again, if you're south of Interstate 76 and you're in this warning box, for the most part, as long as you are north of Route 224, I think you're okay. You got a pretty good storm coming through. If you're north of Interstate 76 in Portage County, you're in the clear, guys. A little storm coming through, but nothing crazy. Some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and maybe some small hail. If you are along 224 or south of it, and you are also east of State Route 44, you definitely want to keep an eye on this. This is, yeah, again, it's trying to wrap in kind of decently here, so it could produce a wall cloud or even a funnel cloud. We did talk about this storm possibly cycling. I didn't think it would because it was kind of falling apart, but it cycled back around pretty quick. It impressed me a little bit. Now, if you're in Limaville or just north of Limaville along State Route 183 here, I'd consider taking shelter as well between Atwater and Limaville. Right now, Deerfield, I keep my eyes and ears open. Same with Alliance and towards the Sebring area. This is gradually heading towards Columbiana County, towards that northwestern corner there. Whether or not it's going to hold, I'm not real sure yet. We're going to just have to keep an eye on it. Again, this is kind of taking priority a little bit just because it is a tornado warning, and there is a little bit more going on with it. And here's an update as well. This one looking a little bit more prominent too, at least on our storm relative velocity. It is trying to, if we even look at our regular reflectivity, it is trying to bring inflow back into it. So it's trying to create that hook a little bit as well. It's not there. I don't think it's going to quite get there. We don't have super strong rotation in with this, but we don't necessarily need that to really have a tornado. We certainly could without that. And our latest scan here on our storm relative velocity, we kind of see right in here. Here's our rotation right there. 224. We're just along and south of it, just to the west of Atwater there. So again, Atwater needs to take shelter now as a precaution. This could drop something briefly at any time. It's very possible. Again, it's not super strong rotation. These aren't big Oklahoma or Kansas style supercells or anything like that. But we definitely want to keep an eye on that. I am also keeping an eye on things out west as well. I do want to dive in a little bit more there as soon as I can. Looks like we got a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust out there just near Versailles and Darke County, and a lot of the strongest storms down towards southwestern Ohio just now moving into the state. A lot of wind. It's going to move through pretty quick. And we got some big severe thunderstorm warnings that we just covered as well. The Cincinnati metro right now, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me cover that. Hamilton County until 7:30 p.m. That was just issued a moment ago. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. The storm's still back in Indiana, but they are moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. So you definitely want to get inside, take shelter indoors, away from windows. It was a pretty good strong wind gust in Brookville, Indiana of 68 miles an hour, so that's pretty strong there too. A lot of power outages as well. I heard just a moment ago over 10,000 power outages. Taking a look at our latest update here on our tornado warning. And right now that rotation's looking a little bit more disorganized, if you will. It's not great, but we kind of have this going on here. Definitely keep an eye on that. It's just getting into the western side of Atwater here shortly. So just a few minutes if you are west of State Route 183. It's just going to be a few minutes. If you're going to be east of there, it's attack on maybe 2. And that's it. If you see something moving across the bottom of the screen, it's just my son dressed as Marshall from Paw Patrol. If you see him. Otherwise, we're going to go back to their storm here and just kind of keep an eye on that. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes, I think, until 6:45 as well. It is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. It'll definitely come back around. That's for a good portion of Portage County. However, if you're in Kent or Ravenna or up that way, a lot of that storm is pretty much out of there at this point. Some rain, some thunder, maybe some winds here or there is really about it right now. So we're going to keep an eye on this just for a moment. I do want to get back over to our Western Ohio storms as soon as I possibly can here. There he is. So we'll just keep an eye on this. I'm sorry, a little distraction there. My apologies. We got about another. I'll tell you what. We'll come back to our tornado warning in just a minute. Looks like we got a couple minutes before we get back to that update there. So let's go back to our big picture here. And just take a quick look at it. So again, pretty robust line of storms coming into western Ohio now, down towards Cincinnati metro. It's not quite there yet, but it's not too far away. Just crossed the state line there out of Indiana into Ohio along the I-70 corridor. Here's Interstate 75. So from Lima south right now, it's just a little west of that corridor. Further north, and I do need to expand this out a little bit, my apologies. Not quite as strong, but still severe. Still severe. Don't get that wrong. But not quite as robust. You got to get up into Michigan just a touch to really see some of that. Let's see here. That's looking a lot better. There we go. My apologies on that. And again, just a lot of wind. There he goes. We have Marshall from Paw Patrol. Pretty large line of wind. Could see some embedded hail as well, up to quarter size, but most of it will probably stay less than that. Dime size to maybe nickel size hail. Could see some quarters here and there, especially in some of these more robust cells. But wind's going to be the biggest thing, 60 to perhaps 70 mile an hour wind gusts moving into western Ohio right now. Now, as this continues eastward, I know the big question everybody is asking is, what can I expect in my backyard? Okay, I can't give you exactly what's going to happen in your backyard and exactly when. I have no idea, unless you're right in front of it. But here's what we can expect through about 10 p.m. This is going to continue to march eastward. Pretty makes sense, right? And it's going to gradually start to lose some steam. It's going to take some time because we have this very warm and very unstable air mass. We are in the mid 80s out here right now in much of the eastern portion of the watch. We had rain earlier. It's very humid. If you've been outside, you know. So this is going to continue to provide fuel for these storms into the evening hours, even as we get close to or past sunset. The problem is going to be, as this continues to move eastward, it's going to run away from its main source of energy, and that's a low pressure system, and it's off to the north and west. So as it does so, that is why these are going to gradually weaken. Yes, we're going to have nighttime setting in. Yes, that will help with the weakening, especially as we get along the I-77 corridor and locations east of there this evening. But I think by about 10 p.m., a lot of this should be somewhere along, here-ish, the I-71 corridor, a little bit further east, maybe. And it should be weakening considerably. So we'll keep an eye on it. I know there is a mesoscale discussion, which is this right here. I don't know if it's talking about any particular watches right now. Let's go back to our tornado warning just real quick here. And there it is right over at Atwater. There's some rotation there. Hasn't really, hasn't changed a lot. This is kind of curious in here. Oh, okay, here we go. That just picked up a little bit. I don't know if that's an anomaly or not, but that is a brighter pixel of rotation for sure. That could be interesting. Okay, let me check another product here, guys. I don't think I could have timed going back to that any better, by the way. Yeah, definitely some rotation there. I think that bright spot there, it may be a little bit of an anomaly. I'm not seeing anything else that's telling me, yeah. And this, I mean, you can see this whole storm is falling apart. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. But you can see the overall size of it and even the intensity is gradually weakening, which is good. You don't need a super strong storm to produce a little tornado, though. You don't. Rain shower could do it. I've seen it happen in Ohio. So it's, you know, it happens. But anyway, let's go back to it just real quick here. We're going to keep an eye on this again. Right over at Outwater right now. So if you haven't taken shelter, definitely take shelter. If you're in Deerfield right now, if you're in the western side of it, this is, I believe this is State Route 585 right here. I may not be right on that, but I believe it is. And if you are east of there, I just keep my eyes and ears open. If you're west of it, I would definitely take shelter. North of Limaville along State Route 183, I'd be taking shelter. See, it didn't quite go away. Okay. If you are anywhere near the Portage, Stark, Columbiana County line there, that little area right there, I would definitely start thinking about taking shelter. North side of Limaville for sure, right there in far southern Portage County. Alliance right now, I think you guys are okay. This storm would pretty much have to take a hard right turn to hit Alliance. Alliance is way down here. You can't even see it. I mean, I didn't get that far south with it. So it's going to be really hard for that. It would have to take a hard right turn. It has not really showed any signs of making a super hard right turn right now. So it's pretty much been traveling in this southeasterly fashion. So I want to keep an eye on it here for just a moment or so. Just because this little brightening in the echo there it didn't quite go away. If it was an anomaly, I would expect it to have gone away with that update, and it did not. So I definitely want to stay on it here for just a couple minutes, just in case we do have something brief that decides to spin up and drop something. Wall cloud, funnel cloud, tornado. I don't really know. I can't tell from this. I believe if we go to our correlation coefficient product, I don't think we're going to see anything here unless it hits something. Yeah, there's not. I can't even go back on it. Okay. Yeah, not a whole lot to look at there. I'm going to look higher up. Yeah, see, the storm's not super high, so. Okay. All right. So yeah, it's still got this little bit of a hook. This is pretty smooth, but it's kind of right in here where it's trying to wrap inflow back in between Atwater and Limaville right along State Route 183. Look at there. The Weather Service decided to drop the tornado warning just a few minutes early. So they're going to basically, as they put it, they allow it to expire. And it kind of drops off our screen when they do that. So they're not too concerned about it. And yeah, I'm not now either. It pretty much just fell apart right there. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning, that continues for Portage County until 6:45, just the next few minutes. That's going to concern the storm pretty much right along 224 between Atwater, Deerfield, north of Limaville. If you are west of State Route 44, you're in the clear. And actually, they just canceled that as well. So they're not too concerned about that storm. Very well. Okay, so let's go back now to our big view. And I am also going to get one other thing set up while we're here. Okay, let's take a look at this. No, I don't like that either. Okay, single site. Okay. All right, we're going to go back to Western Ohio here in just a moment. And we do have some new warnings I want to go over as well. Again, they're warning way out ahead of this line. Right now, no active tornado warnings. Not really expecting much in the way of tornadic activity. Now, saying that, with this line of storms moving through Western Ohio, we could still see an isolated tornado. It's very possible. I haven't seen too much in the way of signs of that as it got into eastern Indiana, so that's good. A lot of this should be wind damage. Here's where we're at for warnings right now. Right now, from north to south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Wood County, Hancock County, and Lucas County. So basically Toledo to Finley, a severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45 p.m. That big line of storms there, just a little west of Lima. Moving northeast at 60 mile an hour, and 60 mile an hour winds are possible. South of that one, we got a pretty large warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Shelby, Champaign, Logan, western Union, Hardin, northeastern Auglaize, and northeastern Miami counties until 7:45 p.m. 60 mile an hour winds are possible there. And then we still have in effect this considerable severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 for the Dayton metro and points west. So in Ohio here, that's Preble, Butler, northwestern Warren, southern Darke, Montgomery, and southern Miami counties. 70 mile an hour winds are possible right now. The most recent report was over at the Oxford Airport there. The AWAS there at the Miami University Airport recorded 55 mile an hour winds. I'm going to switch over to one other radar product here for you guys. And we'll kind of work off this one for a short time here in southern Ohio. Okay, here we go. Give me just a moment here. Okay. So for southern Ohio, Cincinnati, Dayton, right now, southwestern Ohio, here's your line of storms. We have Interstate 75 right here. And then we have Interstate 71 coming in. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right... Actually, it's a little bit further west. My bad. It's right in here. I'm not used to working this one. It's a little new to me. I apologize. They are all labeled at least, which is kind of why I like this, because the roads are labeled. I can see the towns just a little bit better. But here's a nice storm just around the Hamilton area, moving towards Middletown. So Kings Island kind of getting hit here shortly there in Mason. So if you know anybody at Kings Island, send them a text, give them a call, and say, hey, get inside. There's a storm just west of you over Hamilton with some pretty good winds. Hopefully they've taken their precautions as well for severe weather. They are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Just coming into the far southwestern portion there of Hamilton County, towards the I-275 loop right now is a nice line of storms. Pretty good rear inflow jet apparently coming in as well. So that could increase that wind threat a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. If you know anybody down in northern Kentucky, Florence, Boone, Union, all that area down there, Independence, Covington, around the airport, that's all going to impact them. Maybe give them a heads up in case you think they may not be aware that a pretty good line of storms coming in right now. It's going to bring some wind for sure. There's some hail here and there with this, but right now much of it has been very, very small from what I've seen is radar indicated. So if it is reaching the ground, it's going to be kind of like that pea-sized hail, or maybe even a little bit smaller than that. With these fast-moving linear systems where we get the wind, hail is usually not a common thing, especially large hail. Can it happen? Yes, it can happen. Absolutely, 100%. It's not a common thing we see all the time. Let's go a little bit further north here as we get up towards the western Dayton metro along the I-70 corridor and 675. And I'm just going to adjust this just a touch here, guys. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So Brookville, Eaton, much of this has now moved through. But Brookville, here's I-70, and we have the airport just right up over here, actually. And just west of there, starting to move through. So for Dayton right now, a lot of this is probably about 10 minutes out right now. So you're going to get hit with some pretty good winds, heavy rain, again, maybe some small hail. And that'll of course affect the, Kettering and Centerville, and eventually out towards Wright Pad at Fairborn there. Troy right now, not too far away from that line, that cell right there. So all that is moving off to the east fairly quick. Storm tracks, I don't have storm tracks like Owen does. He uses something a little bit different. That's the best I got. If you want to see a particular storm track, it does not list cities or ETAs as far as I know. It just gives me this storm cell ID. It gives me the direction it's moving and the time that it logged it basically. But I don't believe this actually gives me cities. And it does not gives me probability of hail and hail size. And then all these other blue dots here you see along it are just ETA markers. But that is pretty much a 1 hour readout on those. So unfortunately, I don't have ETAs for towns. That's kind of proprietary software type stuff. I don't have that, unfortunately. My apologies. Let's go further north, guys. I'm going to get up towards I-75 between Piqua and Lima right now. Lima getting hit pretty good. That cell may actually have some hail in it. Let's take a look here and see if we have anything there. And it's saying, yeah, could see 3/4 inch hail. Okay, yeah, I would say that's probably about right. South of there towards Wapakoneta. Just some heavy rain on that one. And oh, come on. Okay. Click that. There we go. So right now along I-75, pretty decent line of storms between Lima and Piqua right now. So if you're anywhere in that area, or you're just east of there towards 33, Indian Lake, Bellefontaine, Ada, Kenton, anywhere in here right now, that's all coming your way. Again, a lot of this is moving to the east, anywhere between about 40 and 60 miles an hour. Kind of just depends on what part of the line and how fast those individual cells embedded in it are moving. But this overall is moving east pretty quick, I would say, an average of 40 to 50 miles an hour. So this is going to clear I-75 fairly quick, especially between Piqua and Lima. This will pretty much be out there in about 10 minutes. A little bit further north of there, we'll go Lima to about Defiance. Let me switch our radar here to that. There we go. So different view. Again, Lima to Defiance right here. Again, pretty robust line of storms just west of Ottawa. Defiance right now getting hit with a pretty good storm. That probably has some embedded hail in it as well. Van Wert, you're pretty much in the clear. We do have some rain behind this. Could be moderate at times. Maybe some embedded thunder, but nothing crazy. As this continues moving, this portion of the line is moving more north and east. And so that's going to hit Napoleon and Wauseon here pretty shortly, about the next 5, maybe 10 minutes. 5 for Napoleon, maybe 10 for Wauseon if you're lucky. And then eventually that's going to hit Toledo, Waterville, Bowling Green, Finley, and basically that section of I-75 in probably about the next half an hour or so. Again, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for that. They're warning way out ahead of this because this line is moving quick, and they're trying to give as much warning as possible. As we've been moving up along this line, I've been looking for kind of some areas where there might be some inflow notches. And this is really only the best one right there, and it's not a whole lot. I haven't looked at any velocity products or anything with it yet. I don't believe we're going to see too much with that. Something to keep an eye on as these particular systems move through. See what's going on here. Looks like we have over 10,000 without power in Ohio, and looks like Sydney, Ohio, the police department there is operating on generator power. So a lot of stuff going on, and Van Wert, tree in a house was a recent storm report there too. Okay, we're up to 24,000 outages now. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Very well. I'm going to flip back over to our big view here as well. There we go. So our big state view. Regional radar there. I do want to check out something here. It does not look like the Storm Prediction Center right now is expecting or anticipating a watch east of the current watch, which is great. And it's actually culmination of a couple watches. Watches will go till about 10 o'clock tonight for much of Ohio. I do expect some gradual drop-off in western Ohio right now. I do want to focus here on this particular severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for kind of the Dayton area and points east. I think that includes Springfield as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Champaign, northern Warren, Greene County, Clark County, Montgomery County, and southeastern Miami County until 8 p.m. It is considered a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. It is tagged as tornado possible, so we're going to keep an eye on this. Here's some locations in the path: Dayton, Springfield, Kettering, Beaver Creek, Huber Heights, Fairborn, Xenia, Troy, Trotwood, Miamisburg, Springboro, Vandalia, Englewood, Tip City, Bellbrook, Moraine, New Carlisle, Oakwood, and Yellow Springs, all in the particular path of that storm. And I am going to do another thing here too, just because it shows rotation a little bit better. By the way, that storm that's now entering northeastern Columbiana County, still trying to show some remnant rotation a little bit. I don't think it's going to do anything, but it sure is trying. Up around the Cleveland metro area, we do have some scattered storms firing, but they're not severe right now. Still got some storms trying to fire out ahead of this line. So those are things we'll keep an eye on, but right now nothing severe. I'm going to go ahead and focus down here on the Dayton area a little bit. I do want to check out some rotation here. You guys can't see what I'm doing at the moment. Too much bouncing around. Don't see too much in the way of a lot of rotation, but I'll show you what I see here in a second. I want to check out here. Yeah, it doesn't really show it. Okay. Here's all I see. I'm going to flip over to this real quick. It's nothing earth-shattering, to be honest with you, but we're going to watch it. So just a little north of Trenton here. Dayton's up here. Here's Trenton. Kind of right in here. There is a bit of maybe some rotation in there. This is real noisy. I'm not sure why that is. This is the Wilmington radar, and we're going to keep an eye on that. It's not indicative of anything in particular right now, but it's something to keep an eye on. And that watch I was talking about, this is the corner of it right here, so that watch is all this way. So it's kind of moving that way. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm not too concerned about it. Again, warnings moving across the bottom of the screen. The expiration date there and time on the lower right-hand side of your screen, in case you're wondering what's going on there. There are no tornado warnings in Trenton, Ohio. We just covered that. There's no active tornado warnings anywhere in the state of Ohio. If they are, we're going to cover those. Don't worry, we will do that. Can appreciate y'all joining us here and kind of telling me what's going on as well. We do have someone else monitoring the chat tonight too, so that's great. We're streaming on multiple platforms, so that's great. If one's not working right, try another. Yeah, again, appreciate you guys joining us and everything here this evening too. Is there going to be a tornado in Toledo? If I could predict that right now, I wouldn't be here. I'd have a lot of money. Can't predict that. Not a high tornado threat. The tornado threat was, I would say, the quote highest kind of across far northwestern Ohio. Obviously, these storms are there now. We haven't really seen that pan out. So not particularly seeing it. Our area rotation we were watching here just a moment ago. Whoops. So here it was just to the north and east of State Route 122. Finally moved into our warning box. This is almost gone. So we're not even going to worry about it. I don't see anything in particular here right now that's jumping out at me saying, hey, this is spinning. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. And, well, kind of right in that area is why it's possible. So I think what we were seeing was just some inflow there. We do have a bit of an inflow notch. I'm sorry, it's down here just a little to the west of Springboro and I-75. It's kind of an inflow notch right there. And then we kind of got another one right here, just to the east of Trotwood and just northwest of Dayton. You know, kind of here and there, and even maybe up just to the east of Troy and I-75 there could be a bit of an inflow notch. So I think what they're getting at here, the wind damage threat up to 70 miles an hour or so is definitely the big threat. But should any of this kind of briefly spin in, it could very quickly produce a brief tornado, what we call a quasi-linear tornado, QLCS tornado, quasi-linear convective system, kind of what this is. Pretty much straight line winds, every now and then something decides to spin, drop a brief tornado. So I think what they're trying to do is just give everybody the heads up that should one of these decide to spin up, it's going to happen quickly. So maybe be prepared for a brief tornado. So it's not a bad idea. I like the call. Yeah, you can kind of see we got a little bit more here in way of inflow, but I don't see anything too crazy right now. I was checking the Dayton TDWR, which is up here, right around Dayton Airport there. I didn't see too much of anything impressive on it. Sometimes those are a little bit better at picking up these brief spins. They update very quick, about every minute, and sometimes they pick up that lower level rotation better. Of course, they're designed to pick up wind shear, so it would pick up that better. Right now, just off the Wilmington radar, I do not see anything that shows any signs of rotation occurring. So I was just making that observation based off our reflectivity product. And sometimes with these particular systems, that's really all we have. That's the only place sometimes we have any indication where there might be some sort of rotation. So fortunately, we're not seeing that, which is great. And hopefully it stays that way. That would be great too. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in as well. So I will cover that here in just a moment too. Let me just get it pulled up here. Where are we at here? Where, oh where? Let's see. A lot of warnings out here. Looks like it's probably going to be one of these up here. Yep, so it's going to be northeastern Defiance, Henry County, and southeastern Fulton County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 p.m. It's near Napoleon, moving northeast to 50 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds, and quarter-size hail possible. Yeah, that looks about right. A lot of this continuing to push off to the east pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and go back over to here and just briefly cover this real quick. Pretty robust line of storms. Just getting into the western Cincinnati metro right now. It's pretty much along I-75 from Lima south to almost Dayton. And I-75 in Dayton is about to get slammed here in about the next 10 minutes or less, just kind of depending on where you're at in relation to the line. Cincinnati is probably about 10, maybe 15 minutes out from this line of storms moving through. Really, really nice, big, huge bowing line here. And yeah, sometimes with this setup, so again, we can get those brief spin-ups right there to be leading edge of that line. One of our meteorologists in our chat here said there's a really nice shelf cloud out in front of it that's very indicative of organized wind gusts and wind damage. A pretty robust and healthy storm. We do have some wind damage reports here. I'm going to look at those here real quick too. Looks like we have trees and power lines down just outside of Fort Jennings in Putnam County. Several trees and power lines down, and a tree on a house in Van Wert. In Montezuma and Mercer County, structural damage to a building and part of a roof removed. 60 mile an hour winds at the airport there in Darke County. In Dayton, we have an 8-inch diameter tree down just northeast of Northview. So some of the latest damage reports that we have right now. And check one thing out here too. Oh, nothing else there. our sellout towards the Youngstown area. Somebody's asking about that. You know what? I'll go back to that in just a moment. No warning. I've not seen anything else with it, but I will go back to that in just a moment too. All right. Have to go back. Let's go back to that cell. So this is going to be northeastern Ohio, a little to the west and southwest of Youngstown. So we got Craig Beach, Lake Milton right here, Alliance, Sebring right here. See that whole cell pretty much missed Stark County entirely. And then I know it's not listed, and I don't know why it comes up and why Latonia comes up so much. Salem is right here, but if you're from the area, you know that notch is Salem. That's a much more populated town than Latonia. I can't make the map do what I want it to do sometimes. Not a whole lot to it. This is falling apart. It's much weaker on reflectivity. Of course, it's moving further away from the Cleveland radar, and we're pretty much at the edge there as we get into, I'm sorry, this is Mahoning County, not Columbiana County. My bad. I've been calling it Columbiana County all the time. Columbiana County's right here. Columbiana County goes to Weather Service in Pittsburgh. Mahoning County is Cleveland. Both radars don't always show the greatest thing here. We're looking pretty high up here, so just keep that in mind. We're looking pretty high up. Very, very broad rotation. I expect that at that altitude. We are a beam height right now of right about 4,000 feet or so. So we're not super close to the ground. But here it is on reflectivity if you're still watching. Not much. It's a nice thunderstorm. Could see a bit of rotation with it, but I'm not expecting too much right now with that. So let's go ahead and we'll go back to our Wilmington radar here. And we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Looks like over at Dayton there, 69 mile an hour wind gust. Okay, so that's pretty gnarly. So that's going to pretty much confirm our 70 mile an hour wind gust potential there. Again, not seeing any signs of rotation. Very good so far. Don't see any crazy inflow notches on the front of this line in this particular area. That's great. So I-75 in the Dayton area right now really getting hammered. That's moving towards I-675 there shortly. It's pretty much just moving into the Wright Pat Fairborn area. Enon and Springfield, Yellow Springs, Xenia. This is all coming your way in probably about the next 20 to 30 minutes. Further south towards Cincinnati. This is all just now moving into the western Cincinnati metro. Pretty much all of I-275 west of US Route 127 for the most part. Moving north of there, north of, what we got here, College Hill. You definitely have that line now. Fairfield, Hamilton, that's just to the west of I-71, headed towards Mason and Monroe and eventually Lebanon. So I-71 is, well, I-71's right here. I'm sorry. This is going to be I-75. My apologies. I always get this wrong. I-75 right now, moving towards that, moving towards I-71, moving towards Mason, again, Kings Island up there as well. Here's 275, the big loop around Cincinnati. You can see down here, really nice storm here, pretty much right along the Ohio River towards, well, here's Cincinnati Airport, Burlington, Florence is right down here. You have Independence, Newport right in there as well. That is just north of there. Not a whole lot out here, but as it continues that east and northeastward track, that's going to hit some pretty populated areas here pretty quick. Downtown Cincinnati at the moment, you're watching this stuff over here near Lawrenceburg, Indiana. That's going to affect places like Burlington and Covington, Florence, Kentucky, Newport, Independence, Kentucky, towards Covington as well. That is all starting to push your way. So all of that is going to be in the Cincinnati metro, pretty much downtown, and I'd say about the next 15 to maybe 20 minutes right now. That's a pretty good line of storms. Some very heavy rain, perhaps some hail in there. That's what this triangle is indicating. Some small hail is possible, a lot of lightning, and at least 60 mile an hour winds. Could be a little bit stronger than that, That's a pretty good echo right there. So definitely be prepared for that coming in. Again, we do have warnings scrolling across the bottom of our screen. That will continue throughout. Those update automatically as things come in. So I may not catch them right away as they come in. Looks like we do have another new one here. I'm going to go over and read that one. That's going to be just east of Cincinnati. Yep. This one's new. Big severe thunderstorm warning for north central, well, it looks like eastern Hamilton County and eastern Butler County, northern Claremont County, northwestern Brown County, Warren County, Clinton County, northwestern Highland County until 8 o'clock. Again, we're looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. That's generally associated with the storm I was just talking about. We do have a new tornado warning we need to talk about up towards the Finley area. Bear with me just a moment because I do have to pull up the radar for that area. And here we go. I'm going to caution you here. We are not going to get a great view. We are in radar no man's land here, and we may not be able to see a whole lot. Well, right now, I'm going to flip over our screen here, and actually we got it up right now. There it is. We have a tornado warning in effect for southwestern Seneca, northwestern Wyandotte, and southern Hancock County until 7:45 p.m. This is a radar indicated tornado that was located near Rawson or near Bluffton, moving east at 60 miles an hour. It's going to be near Finley, probably the south side of it there. Arlington and Van Loo about 7:15, and New Riegel about 7:25. Also out here are Genera, Mount Blanchard, Williamstown, Wharton, Mount Corey, and Cary. So if you're in this area, especially the Rawson and Arlington area near Genera, this is I-75. You see that kind of red line in there. And then our north-south line there is US Route 68. And I believe right now this is the area of concern right here. It is really hard to tell. We are in a terrible spot for radar. It doesn't matter what radar I pull up. Northern Indiana, Detroit, which is terrible. Cleveland, which isn't much better. We're shooting 10,000 feet in the sky. That's the base. I don't know what's going on below the storm for 2 miles. I don't know anything. You can see as I pull higher radar beams up, I can't see anything at all. So not a whole lot here, although we're kind of zoomed in on this. Take this with a grain of salt. Maybe a little bit of an inflow notch associated with that. I would say that's probably the case. But again, we're pretty zoomed in. Let's go back to our reflectivity products here. I'm trying to find one that might show something. Looks like storm relative velocity is going to show it. I believe it's right here. This radar scan made it a little bit more clear, and I think we're looking right here again. This is 10,000 feet in the sky. This is almost what we consider mid-level rotation, and we have 2 miles below the base of this radar beam where it could be spinning, it could not. I'm going to assume that it is because that's the only assumption I can make based on the information I'm given. Even though I can't see for 10,000 feet, almost 2 miles below this, I'm going to assume that there is some sort of rotation that is gradually making its way towards the ground. Why? Because at 10,000 feet, something's spinning pretty good, enough that it's, concerning. Concerning enough that the Weather Service decided that a tornado warning was appropriate. And I would agree with that. This is the tough area to really gauge because we just do not have great radar coverage. Below 10,000 feet, we don't have much across a decent part of northwestern Ohio, especially in this area. And it makes it very difficult to provide good coverage, unfortunately. So it's just one of these things we kind of have to work with. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning east of that was just issued. I'll cover it briefly. A severe thunderstorm warning right now for Seneca, Marion, Wyandotte, Western Morrow, and Crawford County until 8:15. That line that we're just talking about there is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. There's 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. So if you're in that area, definitely prepare for the wind. We did have, looks like Ottawa Airport, 59-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Just to the northwest of Ottawa, a 1-foot diameter tree was taken down. We got trees on houses in Kalida, Putnam County. And that's the latest reports I have right now. of that. New Lebanon, there was a large tree that fell on a house. That's another report that just came into here as well. A lot going on right now. Just checking a couple other things here too, because there's just a lot of information coming in all at this moment. So want to make sure I'm getting everything I can possibly get. Excellent. Okay. We're just going to keep an eye on that tornado warning cell for the moment. If you're in Lima, you mentioned the rain kind of lighting up. Yeah, that's the main line of storms. You may see some rain or some thunder behind it later on, but that was the main line of storms. Again, it's moving east pretty quick, so just about as soon as it hits, it's almost out. That's kind of what we got going on right now. If you're east of I-71, you don't have anything really to worry about right now. This line is heading that way, but you got a while. So you can continue to ask me how about my county or whatever. There's not much going on out there. A few rain showers, a few thunderstorms here and there between Cleveland and Youngstown, but nothing severe. And that's it. It's just warm and humid out there. So that's what we got going on right now. Just going to continue to watch this, again, this tornado warning cell. Looks like right now our area of concern is close to US 66 and State Route 15. So right about the Finley Airport. Right in there. It's real hard, real hard to tell. It looks like this may be our area of rotation, but we could also be down here towards the Arlington area too. A couple areas that would need to be watched. Probably this one more than the one up here. And the only reason I say that, this one's a little bit larger. Also going to watch this out here too. Again, it's way up high, so you start getting wind shear and stuff too, and you start seeing that. So it's really hard to tell what's going on here, but at the same time, it's also really hard to not warn that particular area of rotation. Yeah, I think the area of concern is more down here towards Arlington, a little bit more in the way of our spin in here along just west of US 66. Actually, now just east of US 66, that just lit up pretty good, actually. So we may have something developing here, and actually north too now. That blew up quick as it moved a little closer to the radar beam. Where we're at now, we're looking at about 91 to 9,300 feet. So as we moved a little bit further to the east, we were able to get a little bit better view because now we can look a little bit lower. So right here's Finley Airport at the 84 degree there. There's an area spin just south of Finley. I believe that's North Main Street. This is State Route 15 towards Van Loo. Here's US Route 66, Arlington, Mount Blanchard. Another area of concern right here just to the east of there. So I would say those two areas right now bear watching. If you're anywhere out here, this is a lot of farmland. There's not a whole lot out here, but you know what? There are houses. You can see these little dots and stuff. Those are little plots of houses and farms and things like that. Businesses. I definitely take shelter. If you know anybody out here, maybe isn't watching, give them a call, send them a text, say, hey, you may want to take shelter. Not looking great, but it could be something. If you're around the Finley area, if you're in Finley proper, you're not in tornado warning. So if you hear sirens going off, you're getting alerts on your phones, it's just because you're close, but you are not in the tornado warning in downtown Finley at all. If you are north of there, you're definitely not in the tornado warning. Van Loo, this is heading your way. Mount Blanchard, I think this is going to stay to your north and west. And as of right now, it's really hard to say about Cary. We'll see. But this could possibly get here to this section. If this section holds on, not a whole lot. Not much out here. So little tiny communities and, again, mainly farmland out here. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. I do want to monitor, kind of what the rest of the line is doing as well. I believe we got another severe thunderstorm warning into. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like we probably got a few severe thunderstorm warnings in. we did. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Ottawa, Erie, Sandusky, and northeastern Lucas counties till 8:30 p.m. Again, for 60-mile-an-hour winds. We got a large severe thunderstorm warning. I read this one. I read that one already. Another severe thunderstorm warning here that just got issued for East Central Champaign County, Western Delaware, and Union County. That goes until 8 o'clock. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, possible moving east at 50. The good news here, again, as this continues to move east, it should gradually start to weaken. But, again, plenty of warm, moist air here. So we're going to keep an eye on it. They did just update the tornado warning. Still radar indicated. It is near Arlington, so it's going to be that southern area of rotation we were focusing on here. That's just to the northwest of Mount Blanchard right now. And yeah, actually with that latest update, that's going to make a lot more sense. Van Leeuwen and New Riegel about 7:25 for you guys. So about the next 5 minutes. If you're in that area, I would take shelter. Even though it's radar indicated location, I'd still take shelter just to be sure. If sirens are going off in Fostoria, I don't know why they're going off in Fostoria unless Fostoria sounds sirens for tornado warnings. Some communities do. It's very possible Fostoria is going to be north of the warning, not by considerable distance, but north of the warning. So if you know in Fostoria they sound off the sirens for tornado warnings, you're not in a tornado warning in Fostoria. And actually, New Riegel is right at the edge of that particular warning. Let's go back to here, and we'll kind of just focus on this. Let me see if I can. There we go. All right, so our latest update here. Again, we're still looking pretty high in the storm. The edge of this is at 8,500 feet. And yep, sorry about the little kid. He's not Marshall anymore. This is the area right now of concern. As you can see, we don't have a whole lot of reds and greens next to each other like we did just a moment ago. Was looking pretty decent just a moment ago. Not seeing it so much right now. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. But again, we're looking really high in the atmosphere here. But if you're in Van Leeuwen, I'd definitely be taking shelter. If you're between Van Leeuwen and New Riegel, I would keep an eye on it here, but definitely would consider taking shelter right now. Because again, we can't see for about 1.5 miles below that radar beam. There could be a lot going on there. We just don't know. It's not there. Right now, if you are in Mount Blanchard, I believe you're getting a good storm. You're definitely getting some wind, but I don't think the tornado threat's going to apply to you. Arlington, Genera, you're going to be clear of that tornado threat. Rawson, I know you're kind of been part of it. You're going to be clear of that tornado threat again. Finley, not in the tornado warning. If you hear sirens going off, that tornado warning's not for Finley. It's actually that cell area, that cell we're concerned about is south and east of you guys. Can't hit you. Fostoria is right up here. Can't see the tag, but that's Fostoria. And you are not in a tornado warning. So if you hear sirens going off in Fostoria, this tornado warning is not for you. If they sound sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings, that's why the sirens are going off. That's why we don't like sirens. Don't get me started. If you're in Cary right now, unless this storm starts hanging a right, which is going to be really hard with the motions tonight, that storm's not going to hit you. This latest update here looks more like straight line wind damage than anything else. So I think for the most part, our rotation here has weakened considerably very fast, as would be expected with this particular type of system. Again, very quick and brief. If they see them, they're going to warn them for the most part. Looks like Finley Airport just recorded the 68-mile-an-hour wind gust too. So it is blowing pretty fast. Our tornado warning remains in effect until 7:45. I expect them at this point to drop it early. I am not seeing any signs of rotation or not too much. So nothing crazy going on there. I think we did get another severe thunderstorm warning. They upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Seneca, Marion, Wyandotte, Western Morrow, and Crawford County to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-an-hour winds. They also upgraded it to tornado possible as well. And the same with our severe thunderstorm warning for Wood, Hancock, and Lucas County, 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible. So that's basically Toledo to Finley along I-75 in those counties. Bowling Green. What else are we looking at here? Perrysburg, North Baltimore. They're concerned with that portion of the line perhaps containing some brief spin up. So let's take a look at it. Again, we are looking really high, pretty much 8,500 to about 9,800 feet, depending on where you're at, off the Cleveland radar. And well, let's just see what we got here. We're seeing a lot of, honestly, what we're seeing the storm's aloft portion. We're seeing wind shear in the storm, not really spinning overall, but we're seeing probably more wind shear than anything. But right now, you know, I would say right around the Bowling Green area to Waterville, you know, if something was going to spin up, it'd probably be in that area up towards about Holland along, what is that? That's going to be I-675 and the Ohio Turnpike. So very broad area. I'm going to point this out, right? Somewhere in here right now could potentially see a brief spin up. There's nothing right now that is imminent from what I've seen on radar on our reflectivity or our velocity, but we do kind of have some inflow here, some inflow here. There's some inflow right here just south of Portage, between Portage and at Signet there on I-75. So somewhere right in here could potentially see a brief spin up as this line pushes towards the Toledo area. Something to keep in mind. That's it right now. It's something we're watching. That's it right now. Nothing imminent being shown. These are just signs from what we have experienced in the past that we see where those things are possible. And again, this particular radar update, again, same sort of deal, but nothing drastic changed here. So that's good. That's very good. But still strong storms, 70-mile-an-hour winds certainly possible. Could see some hail with this particular cell right here, moving right over Toledo Express, Swanton and Waterville, moving towards Perrysburg, and again, Holland, I-675 right here. We have the Ohio Turnpike right in here, and I believe this is US Route 20, I believe. I believe that's it. I'll have to double check, just because now I'm curious. I couldn't remember when I looked earlier. Nope, yep, it is. Hot darn, okay. Just going to check the velocities here a little bit. Again, looking really high up. North and west of Holland near Silica right now. A little south of Sylvania. Right in here. This is 9,700 feet up. Almost 9,800 feet. There's some mid-level rotation there for sure. No tornado warning. Not very strong. Kind of disorganized. But something to watch. This could quickly spin up and then all of a sudden, hey, we have a little spin-up tornado. Certainly possible. But not anything I would be imminently concerned about. Same around Waterville. This is even much less organized right here. Little bit of spin right here. So we got some inflow coming in. Here's our outflow. So again, not a whole lot to be concerned about there right now. Just something to watch as it continues tracking towards the Toledo Metro. South of there, I don't see anything. Our tornado warning storm down towards the Finley area, towards Van Loo. Boy, I don't see anything. Nope, nothing. The rotation on that is gone. I expect this warning to go away here almost any minute, to be honest with you. It's not going to make it to 7:45. There's just nothing going on there unless they're getting reports of something, which I haven't seen or heard of right now. That's not going to hold up. So we are not going to focus on that. Let's go back to our big radar here, folks. Okay. Take a big view here. Here we go. So look across the rest of the state. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Cincinnati Metro getting hit good now. I-75 north of Dayton to about Finley right now. Pretty good. Finally in the clear. We do have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back to the Cleveland radar here, and I will cover these. This is crazy. These are teeny tiny storms. Here we go. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Portage, southern Geauga, east central Cuyahoga, and northeastern Summit County until 8:15. This storm's moving pretty much Seoul and the Hudson east at 30 with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Bunch of locations here. This is a pretty populated area. Ravenna, Solon, Hudson, Twinsburg, Streetsboro, Macedonia, South Russell, Middlefield, Garrettsville, Manaway, Aurora, Parkman, Sugar Falls, Reminderville, Moreland Hills, Wyndham, Hiram, Boston Heights, Glen Willow, Bentleyville, Sugarbush Knolls in there, Freedom Station, Welshfield, kind of all in that. This is a pretty large box, but right now this is a storm that's pretty much just north of the Ohio Turnpike, just west of I-271, excuse me, just east of I-271, up to about 422. I know 422 kind of splits there, but up to right about in there. So it's pretty large. Let's take a look at our velocity on this. Good news is there's no rotation. That's good. It's definitely a wind and maybe some small hail for sure. We also have another one here. This is our cell from earlier. NWS Pittsburgh decided to warn it. Let's flip over to Pittsburgh real fast. Maybe they're seeing something different, but now we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Columbiana County until 8:15 for this storm. They said over Salem. It's not over Salem, guys. But let's take a look, see if they got on velocity and whatnot. This was the tornado warning storm we tracked earlier in Portage County. Not much rotation. That's good. Now, radar beam's a little higher here, up to about 2,800 feet or so is the base. 2,900 feet. So, you know, a little higher up, not crazy, but I'm not seeing any rotation. That's good. But I guess they decided it was just producing enough wind. Even NWS Cleveland warned it just now till 8:15 southeastern Mahoning County there. Salem, Columbiana, Boardman, New Middleton, and Greenford. So pretty much right in here, this box, Woodward, North Lima, Petersburg. That's the severe thunderstorm warning NWS Cleveland decided to issue on this particular storm. So it's just one of those little storms that's kind of like that work that doesn't want to go away. That's this storm right here. Just not quite dying out yet, folks. Just not quite dying out.
Why do you always make me kneel? I don't love that thing.
All right, so just kind of reviewing a couple of things here. They're still going to hang on to the tornado warning in Seneca, northwestern Wyandotte, and southeastern Hancock County till 7:45. Not entirely sure why they want to hang on to it. Last we looked a moment ago, just wasn't doing a whole lot. So let's go back over to it here. And yeah, not seeing anything right now. They're saying something right in here near kind of near Van Loo. That is not much, guys. It's not much. So that's what they're saying right now. Potential for that. Further north, you can see, you know what? Our potential for a tornado here has pretty diminished. There is a little inflow notch right here along I-75. But it's not doing anything. So that's good. That's real good. Let's see here. It looks like they updated the severe thunderstorm warning out there. No changes to anything. Just kind of canceling out some areas where the storm is no longer affecting. And that's coming into Toledo here shortly. So you can see a little ragged and jagged along the leading edge of that. So there is some inflow coming into the storm along the leading edge right here, and then there's a little inflow notch right here. So it's these little notches that you see where sometimes we can get our little spin up tornadoes. Right now, I did not see anything on reflectivity that suggested that there was anything trying to happen, but these things can change in a hurry. This one right now is bear watching. It's all sharper. And then these guys up here are also something to just kind of watch as well. Further south right now, not too much going on right here. I think what we're seeing is wind getting wrapped in here. And that's why we're kind of seeing that little feature. This wind is kind of wrapping around the edge of that storm, so it's going to be a pretty good shelf cloud, nice and sharp, and it's going to wrap in right there just to the east of I-75. And then again up here, it's kind of jagged. It's not particularly what I'd like to see. You know, if it was more straight, it's more wind damage. But now that it's jagged, that's telling me it's bringing air in. That then creates the potential for any sort of spin. We don't like spin, right? The good news here is we don't really see any spin. And that's great. This is our one reflectivity product here. And I'm not really seeing too much up here. Yep, there's wind coming in. Great. Good. Here's our other storm down here. We can see we got wind coming around and then that wind coming back in. This is very broad. So this is the wind kind of coming into the storm as well. And maybe even some outflow for perhaps back towards Grand Rapids there, north of Bowling Green. But I don't see anything too crazy. This up here I'm not too concerned about. I think that's the back edge of the storm. And this is very, very broad. This looks more like wind damage than anything, perhaps almost like a downburst. But again, that's a pretty robust portion of that cell right there too. So again, we'll keep an eye on it, but it's not anything at the moment that to me is super concerning. Even down here, Upper Sandusky is getting a pretty good storm right now. That definitely has almost inch hail in it. Radar's suggesting inch hail. And that's got a good possibility. I don't see anything here right now that is screaming rotation either. I just don't see it. So if someone happens to see something, I'd love to know. But the problem is it's raining so gosh darn hard, you're not going to see it. And yeah, you're just not going to see it. A lot of wind in Fostoria. Yep, I expect that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, just checking out a couple other things here while we're at it. My apologies. Moving some stuff around on you guys here. Let's do this. Let's flip down to the Wilmington radar real fast. We'll take a look at the Cincinnati Metro. This is impacting Cincinnati right now. It looks like Lunkin had 49 mile-an-hour winds, and Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International had 62 mile-an-hour winds. Looks like Dayton Wright Brothers Airport had 56 mile-an-hour winds reported as well. But you can see it's a pretty decent line of storms moving now east of I-75, right along the I-71 corridor from downtown Cincinnati all the way further east. And we got another tornado warning now. Okay, so let's go back up to the Cleveland radar, guys. And they're going to continue to warn this storm. Okay, so new tornado warning now for Seneca, northeastern Wyandotte, northwestern Crawford County. That's going to go until 8:15 p.m. This is radar indicated. It's saying it's near Sycamore, or 7 miles north of Upper Sandusky, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It's going to be pretty much near Sycamore and New Regal right now. Tiffin, which is right on the edge of this tornado warning at 7:45, and Bloomville around 7:50. Also, Flat Rock, Osceola, Benton, Attica, and Republic are in the path here. All right, so as we move closer, further to the east, we're getting closer to the ground with the radar beam. That's good. We're going to see a little bit lower and a little bit lower. And they're saying right now our rotation is right here-ish, somewhere in here. I'm going to say it's just south of McCutcheonville there. They're saying near Sycamore. So that's about right. Guys, I don't know what to say here. I believe it's going to be right in here. It's going to be somewhere in here. So if it is in here, it's going to be wrapped in a ton of rain. That's the best view I got. If we look at this reflectivity product, this is near Sycamore. So I'm guessing right in here, but that's not anything too impressive right now. I didn't check the radar beam height. I wanted to check it, but we're somewhere around 8-some thousand feet, I think. We are at, about 7,000 feet right in there. So still got about 1.5 miles of space here where we can't see below that. So it becomes a little difficult to kind of track that sometimes. So we'll stick with that for the next couple radar scans here. Just kind of curious to see what's going to happen. While we stick with that, I do want to quickly cover a couple new tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning updates here. Don't see anything new, nothing recently issued. I was just kind of checking some of the updates to see if sometimes they stick some severe weather reports in there before they make it out to show up on the radar there as a little tag. Springfield Beckley Airport near Springfield, Ohio had 51-mile-an-hour winds. And I think we covered all the rest of these. Okay, good. We do have storms eventually going to move into the western Columbus metro in probably about the next 30 minutes or so. Marion right now, you got a pretty robust cell coming your way in about the next 15 to 20 minutes. Toledo, west side Toledo right now getting hit pretty good. Downtown is probably only about 5 to maybe 10 minutes away from that line of storms moving. You can see it's bowing out real nice. Well, actually, I'm going to show you real quick that it's bowing out really, really nice in a sense that you're going to see some strong winds. Again, we could get these little brief spin-ups. I'm going to just go back over to this real quick. Then we'll go back to our tornado warning near Sycamore. But you can see just this big bowing line of storms, Cincinnati north and then back to the north and west, all associated with this low pressure system back towards Chicago. As this races further east and pulls away from that, it's going to lose some of its support. It's basically going to start tearing apart. So it's like taking a piece of saran wrap and stretching it. It gets thinner and thinner, and eventually it pops, right? And it breaks, and it's no good. And that's kind of what's going to happen here eventually is this is just going to kind of break apart as it continues to basically outrun the best support that it has back here being associated with that low. This is pretty common, but as it does that, again, we could get these brief spin-ups. We could get some pretty isolated damaging wind gusts as things begin to break apart. And what we also will note is a gradual weakening as it gets further east. And we're seeing that a little bit here and there, especially around central Ohio. Columbus may spare okay. We'll keep an eye on that. But this part of the line could eventually break away and push further to the south and east. This part of the line can start pushing more north and east. And kind of like right in here is where it would split. But we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Let's go back to our tornado warning cell. Here's Sycamore. And again, we're looking at kind of broad rotation right in the Sycamore area right now. There's nothing here that screams something imminent right at this second. It's certainly possible. If it does, it'll happen quick. But nothing that I see right now happening imminent. If you're in that other tornado warning out in your Van Loo and Cary, you guys can consider yourself clear. Okay, now that picked up right there, just to the south and west of Sycamore. That's a little bit more concerning. We're going to see if that particular feature holds in the next few minutes or not. It's really hard to say, especially at this height in the atmosphere. Sometimes it's just a spot that's moving a little bit faster the time the radar beam hit it, and it ends up being nothing. But sometimes again, it's just really hard to say. I'm going to just look at another velocity product. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, and there's not much there. There he is again, running through. That's Evan. Everybody say hi to Evan. those that have been with us for a bit, appreciate you hanging out with us this evening. We're going to just kind of focus on this tornado warning here for the moment. I know it's fairly rural out here, but some of these towns do have some decent population. If you're in Tiffin, this particular tornado warning, I don't think it's going to hit you guys. New Regal, I think you're in the clear. McCutcheonville, even Republic, I think it's going to be in the clear. I think this particular box is just awfully wide. It may just be the way the warning, the system that generates the warnings and kind of how you draw the boxes and everything, just the way it decided to append the box. But I just don't see it. And it looks like we're getting another tornado warning here too. Columbiana County. Hey guys, hello out there in Pittsburgh. Let's go out to Pittsburgh real quick, guys. Oh boy, this is our previously tornado warned cell. Okay, tornado warning, Columbiana County, northwestern portion till 8:15. If you're watching from western PA, it also includes northwestern Beaver and southwestern Lawrence County. I know that's pretty rural out there. It is radar indicated. It's over Columbia, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So we have Columbia, East Palestine. Latonia is in there. I don't know why. And then we get into just north of Rogers. There's not a whole lot out here. We're not going to see a ton here, guys. But here it is. I think that's the best view. Let me check reflectivity real quick. Yeah, okay. It's all in front of it. Right here's our rotation, right in here. Pretty big area of kind of broad rotation. South of downtown Columbia. Latonia, you're in the clear. Forget the tornado warning. If your siren's going off, if your phone's going crazy, you're in Latonia, you're good. Our rotation is east of you guys. New Waterford to East Palestine right now. That's the line that this could potentially take. So take shelter right now if you're in that area. Not super strong, but this is a better view than what we were seeing earlier because this is a much lower radar beam height. So this is lower to the ground, a couple thousand feet, 2,500 feet or so, what we're looking at here. And that is something that could be certainly a bit more concerning. That storm just did not want to go away, did it, guys? It just didn't want to go away. It certainly did not. Very interesting that it decided to cycle back around. So that one just not wanting to give up. It's not a very big storm, but it did decide to get its act together, and you can kind of see it's trying to rotate around this. Look at that nice little curve in there. It's trying to wrap that in a little bit. It's certainly trying right in that area. So that's definitely a concern. That's probably only about 5 to 8 minutes outside of New Waterford. And you're probably about 15 minutes-ish to East Palestine. It's not a fast mover, 25 miles an hour or so. So you got a little bit of time, East Palestine. But I would start taking shelter, especially if you need a little time to get there. Get the animals down there. Again, best place to take shelter, basement if you got it. You don't have a basement, the lowest level of your home. The interior most room, that's a closet, a bathroom, or a hallway. The interior most room. You want to put as many walls between you and your exterior walls and windows as possible. If you're in a mobile home in this area and you have time, now's the time to get out. I'd travel south. Probably not too much east, but definitely south. If you don't have that time, if you have something close by where you can take shelter, get there. If you don't have that, interior most portion of your trailer is the best thing you got. That's the best you can do sometimes, especially if you're kind of close to this. If you're in the area and you happen to see something and you're safely far enough away from it, you can snap a picture, post it in our chat, our chat here in the stream. But don't put yourself in harm's way. We don't need that. We don't need that picture that bad. You don't need to be in harm's way. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on a couple tornado warnings. I'm going to flip back to Cleveland real quick. We're going to go back out to our tornado warning right now out in the Seneca County, Wyandotte, Crawford County area. The one further west of there, it's gone. They allowed it to cancel. Let's take a look here out towards Sycamore. Right over Sycamore right now is the only place I see any sort of rotation. Not the best. Not the best. Again, we're looking really high in the atmosphere here. So right in here is where we're looking. And again, not a ton. That's weakening. Look at that latest update. It just pulled it apart now. And that's just kind of how these go. You know, it's just one of these things where there it is and then it's gone. So that's kind of, I think, what we're looking at here. Tiffin, you're in the clear. Republic, you're in the clear. I don't think either of those towns are going to be affected by that. If you're in this tornado warning to the north and east of Republic, I know there's not much there. You're in the clear as well. This storm cannot turn left on us. It cannot. Not too well. I know the motion is to the north and east, but it's going to be really hard to really hang a left and go due north. It's going to travel kind of more in this direction. So I think it stays more the Melmore to Bloomville to Attica area, maybe just north of there, but I think Republic's going to pretty much be out of it entirely. You're still going to get a good storm. You're not going to not get anything, to use a double negative. You're still going to get a storm. Winds, maybe some hail. Could be some strong winds, 60 to even possibly 70 miles an hour, but I'm just not seeing anything here. So yeah, they do have some new warnings out, it looks like. I was looking at the bottom of the screen there and the scroll, and I see some other boxes lighting up on the screen too. So we do have new warnings out, a severe thunderstorm warning for Huron, East Central Seneca, and Erie County at 8:45. For 70 mile an hour winds possible. They do have it tagged as tornado possible. That's going to be ahead of this line. They're warning way out ahead of it. Mansfield area now finally in a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. So Richland, northwestern Ashland, Morrow, eastern Crawford, and Knox County for 70 mile an hour winds. And they do have it tagged tornado possible. So just some things to keep in mind. Yes, this kind of pulls apart, if you will, a little bit like we were just talking about there. That those things are possible. So those are some things to kind of keep an eye on. Further south, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning also in effect for northern Claremont, northern Brown, southern Fayette, Clinton, and Highland counties till 8:45 p.m. Up to 60 mile an hour winds possible with that. The storms across southwestern Ohio don't look to be as robust as they are across northwestern and north central Ohio right now. So they're kind of dying down a little bit down there, and that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Let's flip over to this here. And then let's flip over to this. Curious. Okay. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to go to a different view here. There we are. Different radar product, but this is our Columbiana storm. This is looking a little bit better. I like this view. Here's our rotation. State Route 7 just north of Middleton. And then we also have State Route 46 right here. So just south of that, State Route 7 near Middleton. And then we have, looks to be, I think this is State Route 558 right here. And then we have Route 420 that goes down towards really not much of anything. That's definitely a rotation right over Middleton. That's headed towards East Palestine. It'll say just south of Unity, and it could get to close to Negley there. So East Palestine, I'd be taking shelter if you're not already. If you're along 46 right now, and I'm trying to think what's right here. There's a little town right there, guys. What's right there? Help me out. It's been a while since I've bummed around over New Waterford. Thank you. Whew. I knew it was something. I've been out this way. Yeah, so if you're in New Waterford and you haven't taken shelter, you need to. That is pretty much just west of you, right in here. Pretty much just north of Middleton and just to the east of State Route 7. East Palestine, you're probably about no more than 10 minutes out on it. I'd be taking shelter. East Fairchild, I think it stays just north of you, but if you're in East Fairchild, someone happens to be watching for East Fairchild, I would take shelter for sure. So that is something that could be trying to get its act together. It's certainly trying. Let's take a look at a couple other things here just real quick. Our base velocity product, that doesn't look too great. How about our storm relative? Nope, that's not showing too much either. Okay. Reflectivity wise, This one's a little bit more smoothed out, but we can kind of get the general idea of the curve here. This is kind of our area of rotation right in here. So our pretty much rain-free base, if you will. Not much rain. All the rain is north along 14, Route 7, just east of Columbiana. So this is kind of our rain-free base right in here. So that makes sense. So that's essentially, by definition, almost a supercell. We'll call it a supercell. It's spinning. So yeah, it's, and we got another tornado warning coming in. Bear with me just a moment here. Okay, we gotta go back out towards Toledo, guys. Let's go out towards Toledo. It's gonna get busy. Okay, we have a tornado warning for Ottawa and northeastern Lucas County until 8:15. This is radar indicated. Tornado is along a line from 7 miles east of Oregon to Oak Harbor, moving east at 50. Port Clinton about 8 o'clock. This is headed towards you. So, yeah, let's take a look at this. This is going to be out over the lake quick, guys. If you're at the islands, it might be a little bit more of a concern, but this is going to be out over the lake pretty quick. It looks like there's multiple areas of possible rotation. I'm going to kind of bounce around here across a couple products on my end, try to find you the best. Yeah, here we go. Let me do this. So let's hit this button right here. All right, so here's our tornado warning. Oak Harbor, Williston, back, oh, not quite Northwood. Maybe that right there, but really it's right here, maybe right here, and maybe down here. 2, maybe 3 areas of rotation. I'm not sure. I think the software generated the warning that put the Port Clinton in there. Yeah, I don't know. The lakeshore is just white line. This is all water. So when it gets out over there, it's not really much of a concern to us. But right here is certainly a concern, and then maybe right in here, and then again, possibly down here just east of Oak Harbor. It's really, really hard to tell. This, I'm not too concerned about it, but it could be. I don't think that's really going to be much. Not a great view, but certainly could be something there. And I think this could be from interacting kind of with the lake. So we got air coming in off the lake, kind of getting sucked into the storm. And then we have the air associated with the storm, which is kind of all rolling in. This would be the big one right here. That would be my biggest concern. And I believe that's State Route 2. It is. That's State Route 2. Let's take a look at this. This is a pretty nice bowing segment here. Look at this. I mean, that's a very strong storm. You're not going to see a tornado in here. So if you're in this area, basically along State Route 2 and then towards like Oak Harbor, I'd be taking shelter just because you're not going to know if this thing is doing anything or not. You're just not out towards Catawba Island, Put-in Bay, Kelly's Island. There's a nice little storm out there too. So if you're on the islands or you know somebody on the islands, let them know that there's a nice little storm out there, and the net line of storms is coming too pretty quick, and they'll get rocked pretty good. Yeah, just there's a lot going on there for sure. In that little cell, could see 1-inch hail. Radar is suggesting 1-inch hail could be falling, so we have that going for us as well. Just a lot going on there in the last short amount of time. That one's pretty crazy. I do want to go back and check out. Give me just a second here, guys. I want to check out our other tornado warning that is in eastern Ohio, of course. Let's take a look at this. I don't think. Yeah, it's not showing much. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go back out east too. Real quick on you. Just because this is looking interesting too. And so this is back out towards Columbiana County, Middleton. Look at here. Here's a nice little hook. Inflow and outflow. Nice spin right there. That could produce as it gets close to East Palestine. So definitely take shelter, especially if you're along Route 46 between what's that, Middleton and going down towards the Negley area. New Waterford, it's right over you guys. You gotta be taking shelter right now. If you are along, I believe that's State Route 5, County Route 517 or Township Route 517. If you're north of there, for sure. I know it's pretty rural. If you're in East Palestine, you need to be taking shelter now. Jimtown for sure, and Negley. You know what? If I were you, I'd probably take shelter if you're there. It's headed your way. I think it stays to your north, not by much. So if you're along State Route 170 between Negley and East Palestine, I'd be taking shelter for sure. Anywhere along County Route 432, I'd be taking shelter as well from outside of Negley up towards State Route 46. Definitely for sure there. I am keeping an eye on our storms out in the Toledo area, and that's pretty much almost right over the water right now. So unless you're right along the immediate shoreline out there, that's about to move offshore. So we'll keep an eye on it just for the sake of the islands being out there. But really hard to spot tornadoes in the islands. It's very difficult. We'll keep an eye on it though. But this cell could potentially be producing. Looking at velocity here, it's grainy, if you will. But we got some stuff going on, I guess. Not a whole lot of that. Okay, let's go back to this one then. There we go. So it's a little grainy. But I think that reflectivity look was really good. But our hook is basically right here. So you kind of see, here's our inflow, here's our outflow. Everything's kind of meeting right over New Waterford there. I would not be surprised if that produced. I would not be very surprised. It's possible. Let me see. We have correlation. I think we do. It's hard to tell if there's anything on our correlation coefficient. I'm going to say no. I did just get word we do have a new watch coming for Eastern Ohio, so I'll pass along that information when I have it. And right now, New Waterford, I am. That's a good hook. This is great inflow right here, and that's a good hook. This is classic small supercell right here. Here's all the rain, maybe some hail. This is producing. I'm just going to assume it's producing something right now. At least a small tornado or a funnel cloud. It's producing. That is very good. That's headed towards East Palestine. It might pass just south of you, but if I'm in East Palestine, I'm not taking any chances. I'm taking shelter. If you're in Unity, you're not going to get hit with a tornado. You're getting the heavy rain and maybe some hail in there as well. I believe that's pegging for hail. So that's Route 14 out towards 170 and State Route 165 out of Unity as well going north is same deal. But right here over New Waterford, that is a pretty healthy hook right there. Hard pressed to say it didn't produce anything at this point in time based on what I'm seeing. So if you're getting East Palestine, take shelter. Jimtown, take shelter. If you're anywhere between pretty much 46 down to just north of Negley there, I'd be taking shelter. It's all kind of heading this direction. Eventually we'll get into Beaver County there, northwestern Beaver County. It'll stay south of PA State Route 51. That's what 14 turns into when it gets into Ohio, Pennsylvania. That should update here any moment. There it is. Perfect. And it's still there. Yep, it's still there. Just east of New Waterford now. It's pretty much paralleling Route 46, just to the north and east of it. Now, Route 46 kind of takes this turn right here. So eventually it will cross it somewhere close to East Palestine. That's headed your way, East Palestine. North side of town getting hit with heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail for sure, especially here. And that's going to be, yeah, that's definitely going to be a little bit of hail right in there. And then as that kind of clears out, you're gonna get this. So south side of town maybe, we'll kind of keep an eye on it. Route 46 and south in East Palestine has the better chance of perhaps seeing this if this holds together. I'm going to go back and check out what we got going on out in Western Ohio. Yep, a lot of that stuff is out over the lake now. So I expect that particular tornado warning out for Ottawa and northeastern Lucas County to drop here shortly. Anything that was rotating, it's offshore now by about 1.5 miles or so. So it's no longer a threat to land. Out towards the islands, it's all moving out that way. But again, very, very hard to catch a tornado with the islands on radar. It's really difficult. We did have a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust, Clay Center, Ottawa County, earlier. We still have our tornado warning in effect for just, looks like it's just going to be eastern Seneca and north central Crawford County for about the next 10 minutes. They're still saying there's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Bloomville. The last I checked on this, it wasn't doing a whole lot. Let me go back to it here. Yeah, I don't see any rotation at all. So if you're in that area, keep your eyes and ears open along US 224 between Bloomville and Attica. But I do not see I don't see anything rotating, to be honest with you. I don't know why they're hanging on to the warning. I really don't. So I'm not even gonna worry about that one right now. I think the biggest one is going to be this Columbiana County cell that has a pretty good hook on it, pretty good inflow. That one is just it's pretty good. I think that could have briefly produced something there. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. Again, not a whole lot out that way, and we don't have to worry about high beam height. We're about 1,800 feet there, so that's pretty good. That's going to again move into northwestern Beaver County. There, I know it's pretty rural. Eden Valley and points north, that's not going to hit you. The tornado part of the storm is not going to hit you. If you're kind of closer to State Route 51 in PA near Darlington, yeah, now you got some issues. And then as you get down towards, you get down towards the Chippewa Township area and the Black Hawk area there in Beaver County, then that could be a concern if it hangs on that far. You can see we're kind of losing our hooking feature just a touch. As far as velocity goes, it's a little bit more messy now. A little bit more messy. It's just regular. I'm not seeing too much. But sometimes with these particular storms, the reflectivity portion tells us more than the velocity. Don't know why that is, but sometimes it does. We still have it here, but not as pronounced as it was earlier. East Palestine really getting heavy rain. Good storm right now. Could see some small hail. Definitely some hail out here right along State Route 51. Just across the border there into PA. And this could be trying to wrap itself up and it could lift. It may have lifted. They may have not touched down at all. I don't really know. No reports or anything right now out of that. But certainly still concerning. This is probably the most active storm we have tornado-wise right now, even though we got 2 other tornado warnings, and those aren't really much of anything at this point in time. I will get back to our line of storms in just a moment too. I definitely want to get back to that. The new mesoscale discussion coming out of the Storm Prediction Center. You can expect a severe thunderstorm watch sometime here real soon. And that's going to be east of the current watch. So pretty much east of 71. Anything in Ohio that doesn't have a severe thunderstorm watch is going to get filled in with a severe thunderstorm watch. This could persist for another couple hours. It's pretty warm and humid out ahead of it. It's 75 in Youngstown. It's 81 in Akron, 82 Dover, New Philly, and Zanesville. Dew points are in the low 70s, upper 60s. It's got a lot of fuel here still. It's just going to be a matter of if it pulls too far away from this low, what happens when this thing kind of starts breaking up. So that's something we're going to have to just kind of keep an eye on too. Let's kind of keep an eye on this. Yeah, 3/4 inch hail is certainly possible. You can see this particular track thing, not that great. It's just a cone, and it's just from a point, so I don't trust it. But anyway, my apologies. We got a lot of information coming in. Just looking at a lot of it, looks like we got about 100,000 people across the state of Ohio without power. We did recently get a new warning, severe thunderstorm warning too. Let me read that to you. That's what I was trying to peruse here. It's down here in central Ohio, a new severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock for southwestern Fairfield, southeastern Fayette, Pickaway, and northern Ross County. Again, the line of storm is moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds. So just taking a look at our storm here, pretty much moving in East Palestine. We're kind of getting a little bit better. So we're kind of flattening out. We don't have that pronounced hook like we had just a few moments ago. Still a little bit of rotation on that back end there, but not nearly as pronounced. So that's good news. We're going to keep an eye on this. They did update the tornado warning here. I do want to take a look at that. Do Waterford, you guys are in the clear. I hope you guys are okay there. No reports of anything going on right now. No reports of damage, tornadoes, wall clouds, funnel clouds, nothing. Everything is radar indicated right now. So in a way that's good, but it's something to watch. I will say the rotation is definitely much, much less pronounced. So that's good news as this continues to move, going off into Western PA here in a few minutes. East Palestine getting a good storm. I would still take shelter just in case. Just in case. This could cycle back around quick and drop a small tornado or something. So it's one of those things I keep an eye on. I wouldn't trust it because that storm's been sneaky for a couple hours now. So I would not particularly trust that little storm right there at this point in time. They did drop the tornado warning back towards the Attica and Bloomville area in Seneca County and into Crawford County. So that tornado warning's gone. The tornado warning up in Ottawa County, it's gone now too. So the only active tornado warning right now is this one right here over East Palestine. And look, we just got this update here on the radar. And again, I don't want to trust it. I don't want to trust this particular little storm. It's trying to cycle back around again. It's trying. Our reflectivity product, really the only thing kind of showing this right now. And remember I said kind of flattened back out. You kind of had this, it just like nice and smooth. Look at here, whoop, trying to circle back around again. And that's where I would expect if there was going to be something on this storm, it would be back here. That's where the better support is for that. So that's going to move into East Palestine shortly. So if you haven't taken cover in East Palestine because you decided I'm going to wait, I don't know if Mark knows what he's talking about. That's okay. Take shelter now. You just don't know what that's going to do. I don't trust that. This has been a sneaky little cell for almost 2 hours now. So that is not something great. The velocity products that will show, wind direction and speed is not really showing much right now. And you see latest up to here, all of a sudden, this just fell apart too. So we'll kind of keep an eye. It could just fall apart in a hurry. There could have been some rear flank downdraft in there that decided it was going to move in. The velocity products just are not showing that too much. Here, you want to say goodnight to everybody? You want to say goodnight to everybody? You want to wave at the camera and say goodnight to everybody? Can you say night-night? Can you say night-night?
Night-night.
Night-night. Evan's going to go to bed. Can you say night-night?
Night-night.
Night-night. Okay. Can I have a hug? Oh, thank you. I love you. Go get some sleep.
No, no.
You're fine. You're
No,
fine.
no, no.
Here, Mama, you can watch. You can watch with Mama. There you go. All right. All right, so this now is, sorry about that. He's very excited. I don't get to do this too much, so he gets real excited. This is pretty much moving into Pennsylvania now, folks. I think the good news here is this fell apart pretty quick. I think we did get some rear flank downdraft here, and that knocked out that developing hook there really, really, really fast. So right now, East Palestine, I think you're okay. Do be cautious. If you are taking shelter East Palestine, maybe give it 5 more minutes and then peek your head out. But I think you're gonna be okay. They did cancel the tornado warning, so that's good. That's really, really good. We did get the new severe thunderstorm watch just as that was, we were saying goodnight to everybody. We did get that to come out. I'm gonna read that to you. That goes until 3 a.m. for Eastern Ohio. So pretty much right now, a good portion of Ohio under a severe thunderstorm watch, except for portions of far west central or northwestern Ohio. 10 p.m. if you are along and west of I-71, and 3 a.m. if you're along and east of it, basically. So that's what we got there. We do have some storms trying to fire ahead of all of this too. Sorry, just trying to read. They've got a little bit of information to decide it was going to come in right now. These could be interesting. Let me flip over to this. This could be really interesting. Look here. Southern Lorraine down to Ashland County, far northwestern Wayne County, moving into Medina County. Non-severe cells, okay? Not severe. Notice we're not really spinning. That's all good. Zoom in a little bit more, guys. Here we go. Wellington to Spencer, and then further south, West Salem, Ashland, Jeromesville. These cells here are finally not ahead of this line. This could get really interesting. I always worry about cells that fire ahead of a fast-moving line of storms. So basically what's kind of happening, it's almost like a wave. You're getting just enough lift here, and it's already warm and humid and muggy and unstable, and you're getting like enough lift from this line moving through that these things just bubble right up. And then this line overtakes them eventually. It's when that happens, what happens when this cell and the energy of this cell gets sucked into the line? Every now and then, what happens is you'll get a brief little spin up. It's not often, but every now and then it does happen. So that's why I worry about it, because sometimes these things can get sucked in, create a brief little spin up, and then it's it. So these are something to watch here. These are nice little, we'll say gully washers. They're going to produce a lot of heavy rain in a short area in a short amount of time. I mean, these are bright reds and purples, and it's not hail. These aren't high enough to be hail. Now, I didn't check echo top heights, but I know they're not. These things just fired. Yeah, it's pegging it a little bit. That's what that little hollow triangle means. It usually means about 1/4 to 1/2 inch. But it's heavy rain. I can almost guarantee it's all heavy rain. And that's going to put down quite a bit in a short amount of time. And then you're going to get a brief break, and then this line's just going to run through. And eventually, it's going to catch up to these. So kind of interesting here as to what's going on. We do have a nice little one out there, too, that was severe warned earlier, right around West Farmington. Southern Geauga County, pretty much falling 422 towards Parkman as well. This storm here, radar wants to peg it at 1-inch hail. This is right over State Route 58. And it's going to be, if you're familiar with this, it's going to be just south of US 20, just south of the Lorain County JVS there, and into, I don't think we're quite into, we're not into Wellington yet. And I think Penfield is right in here somewhere as well. It doesn't want to populate on this particular one, but I think so. Let me see if I can get a couple other cities on this. Bear with me. Towns. Pittsfield, my bad. That's going to be 58 and 303. It's pretty much right there. And that's all headed kind of Well, it's kind of headed my way. It's going to say pretty much just south of Oberlin, or the south part of town will get bit. LaGrange, Grafton, the State Route 301 area, Penfield's down on 301. Pittsfield, Penfield, I always get them backwards. And then you're going to get a brief break, then you're going to get the big line of storms. So I don't think it's producing inch hail. I really, really don't. Because that cell just developed. We can check some echo tops here, and oh, there you go. It's up to 40,000 feet. I guess it's possible. Okay, that developed real fast. That developed really, really fast. And I can't go back in time, unfortunately, with it. It just doesn't want to let me. There we go. That's a little bit better. Let's see if we can do it now. Okay. Nope, doesn't want to let me. Let's try this. That cell blew up pretty fast. So it started around New London. It started about 30,000 feet, and it blew up pretty quick. I guess it could be inch hail. I think it's more rain than anything else. And that is not the most current scan by any stretch of the imagination. There it is. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out. We're going to follow county lines now. Cuyahoga, Medina, Lorain County till 9:30. Mainly for this line of storms, it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving east at 55 miles an hour. They did tag it tornado possible. I got a feeling they're going to tag these things tornado possible as they continue east. Large tree rooms reported down in Galleon. We have 55-mile-an-hour winds reported at the Ohio State University Airport as well. Real quick, I do want to get back to our big picture here. I know I've been focusing on some individual stuff, but hey, that's what we got going on. Sometimes that's what we gotta focus on. And let me pick the right one here. There we go. Big picture. Let's go back down here. 68-mile-an-hour winds reported at Lunkin. I think I mentioned that earlier. We had, I think it's 53. Doesn't want to come up. 53 in Madison County Airport. Springfield reported 51-mile-an-hour winds. Near Xenia, 2-foot diameter tree blown down. And then we also had a large branches down near Harveysburg. So as we look across the, we'll say southwestern Ohio here, this doesn't look as bad. This is certainly, calm me down now. Of course, with winds, reflectivity is one thing. That's rain droplets, winds a little bit different. But I would say overall not looking as robust as the northern half of this line right now. Still a potential for 60 to even 70-mile-an-hour winds right now. This is all going to start moving southeast. And then up here, it's moving east for the most part. North there, it's all going to start moving kind of east and northeast again. It's going to kind of do this. It's going to bow out and then break apart essentially. So as this gets further east, it will gradually weaken. Could still be at strong to severe levels, but I don't think going to be maybe at those significant severe levels we're kind of seeing right now as it gets further and further east. Yes, they did issue the severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m., but that doesn't mean it's going to stay all the way till 3 a.m. It doesn't mean the threat's going to persist all night. Again, further north, we kind of see our line here. It's pushing east and then northeast across the lake. So from Columbus up, this is pretty much almost moving due east, and from about Sandusky over the lake towards Windsor, Ontario, it's moving more in a northeasterly direction. So again, it's kind of gradually pulling apart. It looks like we got an LSR there for a funnel cloud. That's a storm report. Funnel cloud reported near Mormon Yard train station. Bellevue, Mormon Yard. Okay. So that's the CSX yard there just outside of Bellevue. I'll turn off the radar. You can see it's this big thing here. Let me turn off the watch fill. This is going to slowly fill. If you're familiar with Belleville, it's got a lot of trains, guys. This is the yard here. So there was a funnel cloud reported right around this very large train yard. That's a very large train. I'm sorry, that's not... yeah, that's the CSX yard there. My bad. I was right the first time. That's a big facility. Or you know what? I might be wrong on it. I think that's the no, my bad. That's the Norfolk Southern Yard. My bad. Anyway, let's move on. So I'm going to stay with you guys here for a little while. Just trying to get some things cleaned up here. Okay, let's go back to, what do we want to go back to here? Pick one here. Let's go back to this one, just because it's doing a good job of showing some of these small scale storms. Oh, this one's good too, but okay, I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself. My bad. Yes, thank you. Norfolk Southern. Someone mentioned it. All right, I'm just catching up on a couple of things real quick, making sure I'm not missing anything. Good news, no tornado warnings in effect, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Just kind of scrolling through some storm reports here as well. I think I've read pretty much most of them. That's good. And then I'm also in communication with our team as well. So a lot going on here right now. Looks like we got over 100,000 people without power across Ohio right now. So that's pretty significant. That certainly shows you the power of these storms coming through. Someone says that report from the Bellevue area may be from earlier. It's possible. I don't think it's from this brief line of storms. It may just be something they finally got in and finally got the ability to post. It says 8:10 on the time, which would be the start of that line. Oh, here we go. We got the tornado warning now. Okay, so maybe not. Tornado warning, northeastern Huron, Erie County, Lorain County. As soon as I said no tornado warning, we got a tornado warning. Give me a moment here, because we just put the kid to bed, and that's infecting me. Yes. Okay, so let's evaluate this here, because that's going to affect me directly. I'm in Lorain County. I'm right here below the A in Elyria. This is radar indicated, 8 miles east of Norwalk now, or near Wakeman, moving northeast at 50. So we get into a pretty populated area. Wakeman shortly, 8:30. Elyria, Vermilion, Amherst shortly after that, 8:35. Lorain, North Ridgeville, and Grafton, 8:40. Avon Lake, 8:50. Strongsville, 8:55. Around that, portions of LaGrange, South Amherst, Avon, Pittsfield, Birmingham, Eaton, Kipton, Sheffield, Oberlin, and Sheffield Lake, all impacted here. This is radar indicated rotation. So let's take a look at this. Boy, I was not expecting that. Okay, so this is pretty much going to be right along US Route 20 between Norwalk and Wakeman right now is our area of concern. This is going to move into a pretty populated area. So that's going to be right here. It's not strong rotation, but if you are in Wakeman, you do want to take shelter right now. That spins up quick. It could certainly impact. Again, it's kind of moving this way. It's going to stay north of US Route 20. Now just remember, US Route 20 takes this little jog here in Elyria and then cuts back into North Ridgeville, which is right here. So we're going to watch that right now as it continues to move east. We do have these cells out ahead of it. You don't see it here on our velocity product too well. We do have these cells out ahead of it, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens as these things begin to interact. This is going to leave a bit of an outflow. Think exhaust from a car, and then this is going to kind of suck it in. Our rotation is right here, and there's a nice little notch right in here too. Yep, there it is. It's right there. It just picked up a little bit. These things here are moving into the eastern portions of the warned area. This is a really hefty storm, and actually that's going to affect me in probably about 5 minutes. The heaviest portion, I think, might stay just west of me, but it's going to impact me. Now, if I disappear all of a sudden, the stream goes dark, it's because I lost power, just so we know. If for some reason I need to take shelter or something, you'll know. I'll let you know. Don't worry. I won't be here, but I'll let you know I'm going to. Good news here, where I'm at, I'm actually below ground. So we're actually pretty good. I'm actually in a pretty safe spot too. So I shouldn't need to, but if we do lose power or internet for some reason, that is going to pretty much end this pretty quick. So just fair warning on that. So right now, just west of Wakeman along Route 20, pretty much moving into there shortly. Moving up this way, I think right now it will stay north of Wellington and LaGrange and maybe even Grafton. We're going to keep an eye on that. I don't expect it to turn right too much because this motion is going to basically take it east and then probably left more northeast because of the way this line is splitting. And that's kind of why we're getting this too. That line is getting stretched, right? It's getting stretched thin. So now we're going to get these little spins here and there as things start to pull apart. And then we also have these cells firing out ahead of it that are going to be an interesting feature because how does it interact with what it left? The wind coming out of it. What happens next is kind of the interesting part of that. So, yeah, there's another update. Let's take a look at our reflectivity product. I'm going to go back one step. Okay. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so not a whole lot to see here at the moment. Again, it's kind of like what we were dealing with earlier. So this is pretty good right here. These blue, this bright blue, that's 80-ish or so, almost we'll say 80 to 85 mile an hour winds. And then just on the other side, it drops to about 25. Now they're all moving in the same direction on this one, which is great. So that's some pretty good wind shear. But if we put this into it, it's not super strong, but it's just to the northwest of Wakeman here. Right here is where we're looking. Now this here, pretty rural, a lot of farmland out here. Not to make that less important, but this will gradually move into a more populated area as it continues to east. So right here right now is our spin for sure. I don't think, no, definitely a lowering in our correlation coefficient. So that's, hey, how does this look and what am I expecting? How does it look around it? It's definitely lower. So things aren't correlating as well as out here. It's rain, so things correlate. Here, not so much because some of the rain hasn't moved in yet. If I saw a big old spot of blue, that would tell me that we have something on the ground that hit something. We call it a CC drop. I'm not quite seeing that, so that's good. But this is definitely lower. And usually when we see that spot of blue, it tells me there's debris or something that was brought aloft into the air, and the radar beam says this doesn't correlate with anything else that's around it that I see. So this is something not right. You know, it's basically what it sees. This is all headed towards Oberlin. So if you are in Oberlin, I would absolutely take shelter now. Kipton, same deal. It's headed close to you. I would definitely take shelter. On our reflectivity product here, yeah, we kind of lost it a little bit, but it's right in here. It's still kind of there. This could still certainly decide it wants to reorganize itself here. We also have this cell here that just popped up just north of Wellington a few minutes ago along Route 58, and that's pretty much going to get sucked into this line here in the next 5 minutes or so. And it'll be interesting to see how that interacts with things. Again, these cells out here going towards Elyria, North Ridgeville, Avon and Sheffield, north of LaGrange, towards Grafton. We're going to kind of see how that stuff starts interacting as well. As this line, again, moves closer to that, they interact with the line, they get basically sucked into that line. You can see these two cells here. This is all about to merge. So we got some inflow right here. We have some circulation right in here. That's where we've been watching. And it's nothing super spectacular. But let's do this, guys. Let's pull up the Cleveland Terminal Doppler because it's not all that far away. Now, it's not going to have that product, so this is going to be blank for just a second. It may not look as great on here because right now we'd have a storm right over that radar site. So it may have a lot, yeah, it's got a lot of attenuation. Okay. So where we want to look is just north of Wakeman, but the problem here is this. Here's our problem. We have a thunderstorm. Here's the radar site right here. It's that little dot you can't see. There's a storm right here. So that's going to affect what it shows, which is why we see all this purple out here. And it's what we call range folding or ducting. So basically the radar beam, instead of bouncing back, is kind of ducting under, and it's getting bent more or less. It doesn't make a good return. So we get this kind of false return, if you will. And it's kind of right in here's our rotation. But again, we have this ducting in here, so we don't really know exactly what we have. Now, as that storm moves out and you know, the radar beam kind of make it back, you can see it kind of cleans itself up a little bit. And this is with height, you know, as well. Although for this particular radar, it doesn't have a high beam height. Again, its purpose is to detect wind shear for airplanes landing at Cleveland Hopkins, not necessarily for tracking tornadoes. It does a pretty good job of it though. But it's not necessarily for that. So we'll come back to it. Hopefully that storm kind of moves out of there a little bit, but right now I think that, yeah, that's not going to be the most beneficial. And as we go back to the Cleveland Doppler, little bit broader right now, which is good. Still some rotation. Let's look at the reflectivity here. And we see we got this inflow notch right here. Kind of like what we saw out towards the Toledo area earlier. So here's air coming in. And it's kind of wrapping up right in here between Wakeman and Kipton right now. Again, pretty much just north of US 20, maybe a mile, 2 miles north of it at the most. It's all kind of headed towards the Oberlin area. Again, I'm up here. I'm right here. That's the southwest edge of North Ridgeville. North Ridgeville's downtown's going to sit right here. And it's kind of sort of headed my way. We'll see. It's got a long way to go still before it gets here. A lot can change. We have this cell moving through. You can see the brunt of that cell. Downtown Elyria getting hammered right now. Some really heavy rain. Just north of Grafton as well. We did get an update on that warning. This cell here about to get ran over by that line. I do want to go read the update on the warning here, guys. Let's see. No real changes. So we still radar indicated rotation, and we don't have any change in anything at all, actually. It's just an update, kind of updating some timing, radar indicated rotation, and no reports of anything right now. It's going to be hard to see as we start getting into nighttime. It's kind of, you know, could be wrapped in rain if there was something. You may not see too much here with that. I'm just going to go real quick. I want to go look at a couple other things going on. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings that were recently issued for Ashland, Wayne, Holmes, and eastern Knox County until 9:30. Again, that's at that line of storms. It's moving through Mansfield right now. And that's moving east at 60 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Further south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Coshocton and Muskingum counties till 9:30. For up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we get really goofy with this warning here. Eastern Licking County has a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 for 60-mile-an-hour winds. South of there we have that one we've read. That one's almost expired. Cincinnati, you're in the clear, you're out of the watch. Dayton, you're in the clear, you're out of the watch. You do have rain along I-75 right now with some embedded thunder. Non-severe. Your temperatures have dropped considerably. You're in the mid to upper 60s. Toledo to Dayton to Cincinnati, you're upper 60s, almost 70 right now. East of this line, it's in the mid upper 70s to even low 80s in spots. So still a lot of energy to go here. Toledo, you're good too. You're not in the watch. You're in the watch, but you're not going to see any more severe weather for tonight. Biggest thing right now is this tornado warning across Lorain County, portions of Erie, and a little bit of Huron County right now. It's about to all be Lorain County here shortly. And yeah, let's take a look at, we got a whole lot going on here. Look at this. Everything just blew up all of a sudden. Not much, and there's just cells all over the place. Everything kind of blew up here. This is the concerning stuff, because as all this interacts, we could see things spin up very quickly. And I don't particularly care for that right now, just west of Oberlin. This is between Oberlin and South Amherst. This is a little broad, but it's this area right in here that is certainly concerning, where something could spin. So this is going to be the north side of Oberlin. This is State Route 58. Right here you have the Ohio Turnpike. It splits off from Interstate 80 to Interstate 90 right there. We have Elyria. This is going to be State Route 57, and 301 kind of works in there as well. And then out over here we have, this is State Route 83, and then this is going to be what becomes US Route 20 right here, but then it's State Route 10. If you're familiar with that area, US 20 kind of jogs right here a little bit. Anyway, that's kind of where we're looking. And so it's all moving this way. So between South Amherst and Oberlin along 58, the Lorain County Airport, Russia Township, into, I believe, parts of Carlisle Township are up in here. Elyria Township up towards North Ridgeville. That is all heading that way. Could also get into parts of Sheffield, although I don't exactly know how far south Sheffield gets per se. This is trying to wrap in right here. It is really trying. I'm really concerned about that possibly trying to produce in the next few minutes, possibly near 58. And Russia Road is right over there. That sits right about here. You're not too far. Yeah, that's trying to produce. Okay. It's certainly trying. It's going to give it its all here, for sure. There's definitely some good winds. Yeah, see, this is what's happening. See these little cells that develop here, and this is kind of why it's trying to produce. It's this whole cell getting more or less sucked into this area, and this is just a mess, by the way. This is an absolute mess, and so everything's going to kind of spin as all these cells kind of congeal together. It's going to be messy. You got some pretty good storms down in Medina County. You're not under, you are under the severe thunderstorm warning, but you're not under the tornado warning. But you got some pretty strong cells down there producing some gusty winds and heavy rain, although your warning is for this line of storms moving through. We should have an update here shortly. I'm going to be curious about that. Yeah, any moment here. And it looks like they did update the warning. They did. Here in Erie County, you're clear of the warning. Right now, it's a tornado warning for Lorain County till 9 o'clock. Again, it's all radar indicated. Nobody has spotted anything right now. So that's good. But I am kind of concerned here between South Amherst and Oberlin still. Again, nothing on our correlation coefficient, so that's good. I don't see any big spots of whatever. However, I will say this. There is a bit of a drop here, right here where we were looking just a moment ago at that spin. This is kind of a drop. So that right there is something to watch for sure. There could potentially be something trying to develop there. And that, well, let me hit the right one here, folks. My bad. Yeah, that is kind of right where that spin is. So we're going to keep a real close eye on that. I'm trying not to ignore the rest of you guys, but again, you got to remember the tornado warnings kind of take precedent. We are going to start moving into a pretty populated area shortly. I mean, the line further south it's severe. It does have strong winds, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, certainly possible, heavy rain, frequent lightning, maybe some small embedded hail, but not too much. So it is there. That's all moving east. Pretty much, I think everything will be out of the state by about 11 o'clock. As it gets east, along and east of I-77, it will be interesting to see how much of this continues to hold up. The models earlier had this east to 77 a little later than what we're seeing now. It was closer to midnight, and it's 8:45 now. So it'll be interesting to see how much this holds up. Again, more moist out there, still plenty of energy to work with. It's just going to be a matter of if it loses some of the other dynamics, moving away from that low pressure system and everything, and it starts pulling apart, does that break up stuff to where now we just have kind of embedded spots of maybe some strong to severe storms, or maybe below severe levels but still kind of strong. Here's our update here. Well, this is kind of good. It's just not quite coming together. That's kind of good. Again, it gets really strange when we start getting in these other cells. It just gets real strange. But basically, what we have here is we got like this whole area almost kind of rotating. This whole area really, it's got all sorts of things going on. Our area of rotation is pretty much right here, South Amherst area to about 58. Again, Russia Road's right here for the most part. And it's all kind of right in there. There's not a whole lot out there. It's mostly farm field, but it's very messy. And it's going to be interesting in the next few scans to kind of see exactly how all of this decides to organize itself out. Lorraine to Avon has some pretty good storms right now. East side of North Ridgeville, east of 83, has some pretty good rain right now. We just had some brief rain move through here as well. It's gone now, in and out pretty quick for me. Down towards Grafton, 83 to about where 57 is, just north of there. So right around the jails, moving towards northeast, North Eaton there. Nice little cell, and we can see all this is kind of really trying to it's trying to figure itself out almost. It's trying to get itself some sort of organization, whatever it might be. Let's go take a look at our velocity. I don't expect to see too much new here in that scan. No, actually it didn't update yet. Okay, hang on. Should update momentarily. There it goes. Not a whole lot. Okay, not a ton. And I guess that's good in a way. Yeah, see, our CC decided okay, I like that better. Okay. Just check a couple things here real quick while we're sitting here. Okay. And I want to take a look at this real quick too. We're just kind of waiting. Okay. Yeah, nothing new going on here. Okay, should have an update momentarily actually. Should be a few seconds. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, almost there. Okay, yeah, not it's just it's trying so hard to figure out what it wants to do, and it's just not quite there yet. It's just odd. Yeah, it's almost like that these storms, and when it hit the outflow and it finally started interacting with these storms that fired ahead of it, it really disrupted that line. So it's just real messy right now. I'm gonna do this too, because this always can clue us in. Here we go. Okay, that's interesting. Let's flip over to this, guys. This is real interesting stuff right here. One radar shows one thing, another radar shows something. Now, the program rather shows something else. Oh, I know why that's showing that. Let's do this. That's why it's showing that. Okay. And then let's see. Here we go. So this is the terminal Doppler out there in Grafton. So here's our area of rotation right here. Again, that's right along 58 and State Route 113 right here. It's certainly trying to do something. It's just not doing much. That's all headed towards Elyria and eventually North Ridgeville. So if you haven't taken shelter, I would. With everything kind of going on with the storm, trying to figure out what it wants to do with everything, this could decide it wants to spin real quick. Let's take a look at the Cleveland radar too, see how different it is. And you can see just real messy on the reflectivity, real messy. Velocity-wise, kind of similar. This one's a little bit better. I kind of like this. Right here, that's 113, State Route 113. And just east of State Route 58. 58 goes into Amherst. Amherst, you're in the clear. This can't hit you at this point. If you're west of State Route 58, if you're in Oberlin, this can't hit you. It's Elyria right now. It's right along 113 as it gets into Elyria, right along and pretty much just south of the turnpike right now. As we get towards Elyria, everything kind of changes direction with the roads a little bit. So, that doesn't hold for so long. But if you're in Elyria, you really need to take shelter right now. Just because if this does spin, it's going to happen pretty quick, and it could drop something pretty quick, and then that could quickly move into at least the western half of North Ridgeville. Wow, what just happened here? I say all that. This just fell apart in a hurry. I mean, a big hurry too. There's an update on the tornado warning, so let's take a look at that. That fell apart. Wow. Okay. I can't believe how fast that just fell apart. Okay, interesting. The latest update on the tornado warning is it's over Elyria, moving northeast at 50. Still radar indicated. They haven't found anything yet. That's good. No one's reported anything. It's so messy. Let's go back to this view. Let's go back to this. Each one of these programs works a little bit differently, so that's why we're kind of seeing some of this here. Okay. So looking at this here, so it's broad, essentially. It's a little broad, but everything's kind of there where if something came together just a little bit, it could, and it could, especially as it interacts with these storms right along the lake shore here. Right in here is kind of where we got our spin, right? So kind of right in here, it's broad. It's right about along and just south of the Ohio Turnpike. Anything that interacts here or here could help something happen here. We just don't know until it happens, because when you start getting storms colliding, I kind of look at it as anything goes. Anything could happen. Nothing could happen. A brief spin up could happen. a lot of different ththings can happen when we get this, and we're kind of seeing that actually this evening. It is raining here, so I'm right here. So we got that rain moving through right now. We're gonna go back to our velocity rather. I think much of this is going to be right over Elyria right now. Yeah, pretty much. So that's going to stay to my north and west right now. Elyria is more to my north and west. So we're going to hit some pretty gosh darn good winds here shortly of about 65 miles an hour. There are some right around Elyria. Oh, wow, okay. Right Elyria at US 20 at, it's going to be, let me turn this off real quick, guys. You're going to see it flash. Between Taylor Industrial and Broad Street, we got a little pocket of 100-mile-an-hour winds at 600 feet. Right in there, 80 to 85-mile-an-hour winds over pretty much the Taylor Industrial Parkway. That's a bit of North Ridgeville and Elyria there, headed up towards the Center Ridge Road in both of those communities. Those winds are probably making it to the ground pretty gosh darn close. So you're going to get some significant wind damage. If you're in North Ridgeville along Center Ridge Road, you got some significant wind coming, especially west of 83 right now. There's some significant winds coming. So that's almost warranting taking shelter in your basement or the lowest level of your home, to be honest with you, more than anything. Those are some significant winds. Again, rotation is broad. It's very, very broad. So we don't have a couplet or anything like that like we were seeing earlier that's really, really good. But we have this pocket of strong winds right here on the east side of Elyria. These here are almost 100 miles an hour. This right here is the Elyria North Ridgeville border, pretty much where Center Ridge Road and the Ohio Turnpike cross. This is North Ridgeville. This is like all Taylor Industrial Parkway headed towards Race Road. And then down over here, this is just about Broad Street, which as it gets into North Ridgeville is Sugar Ridge Road. This should update shortly. I'm very curious. These up here, this is 80 to 85 mile an hour winds. I mean, even getting into almost the west end of downtown North Ridgeville. So we have 83, so you got Stony Ridge Road, you have Meadow Lakes up here, and then you got kind of the historic district there right along Center Ridge out towards Elyria. And those are some really strong winds. I'm right here, so I'm getting a little less than that, but these are 60, 65 mile an hour winds. This is only about 600 feet off the ground, so this is going to mix down to the surface to some extent. Whether that's 70 or 80 miles an hour, or even maybe even a little bit less, it's going to make it to some extent. So there could be some extensive wind damage right in here. I am curious to see this update. Should be an update, gosh darn, any moment on this thing here. Just because that is certainly significant. Yeah, it looks like we get about 30 seconds or so. And just zoom out. I don't know, or one has to change. So look at here. Lorain County Airport reported an 81 mile an hour wind gust. So that's the strongest wind report of the night. So these winds here are legitimate. They're reaching the ground. So yeah, North Ridgeville is about to get slammed. I do expect power outages. It is possible for my power to go out. So if I disappear, that's why. Just really depends. And there's the update. It's right over North Ridgeville right now. We're looking at 85 mile an hour winds. There's a couple pockets in there of 90 to 95. That is right over. I'm going to turn off the radar here real quick, guys. That's going to be right over downtown, right over 83 and Center Ridge Road. It has Center Ridge out over here. And then right over, pretty much right over where the McDonald's is there. You have St. Peter Church there. You got a few things there. Those are some really, really strong winds. And then that goes up, again, across Meadow Lakes. You're looking at 75 mile an hour winds perhaps. So some very powerful winds moving across eastern Lorain County. That's going to move, continue to move east. Now, eventually, what will happen? This will settle down a little bit. I'm going to back this out a little bit. Yeah, those winds hit the airport pretty good there. That may be more part of a microburst, I wonder. We won't know till later. But those are some pretty impactful winds. Again, I don't want to ignore everybody here. I am really sorry. That's the most significant storm we have right now. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm warning recently issued for Portage, Stark, Summit, and southeastern Wayne County until 10:15 p.m. 70-mile-an-hour winds there are possible, so it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It is moving east at 60 miles an hour. Again, we also have our severe thunderstorm warning continuing until 9:30 for Ashland, Wayne, Holmes, and eastern Knox County for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like Loudonville had a 4-foot diameter tree fall down, so that's pretty significant. That's a big tree. 12 to 15-inch trees down to Holiday Lakes over in Willard. That's significant. So there's some pretty significant damage along this northern edge of this line. Again, everything kind of pulling apart a little bit. I'll flip back over to a wider view in just a moment. I still do want to focus here just because we have so much going on. And we actually did get an upgrade. We got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for northeastern Lorain and Cuyahoga County. That's exactly what we were watching. These are 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They warned it based off the report at Lorain, but we've been reporting on it for several minutes. So we had just several minutes ahead of the Weather Service, guys. That's destructive. That is for Cleveland, Lorain, Elyria, Parma, Lakewood, Euclid, downtown Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Strongsville, Westlake, North Royalton. It has Avon Lake. It's a little north. Warrensville Heights, Grafton, Highland Hills, North Olmsted. I would say right now, here's what I would say, because this isn't going to make it all the way forever east. It's not. Our tornado warning has been canceled. So the tornado warning is gone. We no longer see a tornadic threat either. You're good. North Olmsted, Westlake, right in here. This is just a few minutes out. Bay Village might be too far north. Olmsted Township into portions of Olmsted Falls. It's possible you get grazed by this. Cleveland Hopkins is probably going to get hit by this to some extent, but notice that this was a bigger area and now it's a smaller area, and in our next update it could be even smaller, and it's kind of just spreading out. So it's just a big like downburst of wind, and it did exactly that. Look at there. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Still some strong winds in here across eastern portions of North Ridgeville. Avon kind of gets down in here too, so the southern edges, southeastern edges of Avon, kind of along like Mills and a little bit north of there. Sorry, I stepped off camera. And then as we get into far west central Cuyahoga County, so North Olmsted, even some portions of Westlake there, it's all kind of up in here where those boundaries are. It's kind of strange. Are going to get impacted probably by some 70-mile-an-hour winds. But they issued that separate severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it because of that area. That's some really big damage. I'll actually be up there tomorrow, morning. So I'm going to be really curious to see what happened, if anything. I'll be driving right through Center Ridge Road actually. So I'm going to be really curious to see what damage may be up there. That will be very, very interesting. That was very, very strong winds. Those are the strongest winds I've seen all evening so far. And I've been on with you guys now for about 3 hours. So again, if you've been hanging with me for 3 hours, I appreciate that. Let's go ahead, since we lost the tornado warning, let's go ahead. We'll take a wider view out. Let me get that set up here just real fast. I'm trying to cover everything. It's very, very difficult to cover the entire state when you got so much going on. It's very, very difficult. I got people asking about the same places over and over. Guys, I can't get to that. I'm sorry. You just have to hang with me. Okay, here we go. Let's go here. Our big state view. All right, so we pretty much have a line of severe thunderstorms from the lake all the way down the Ohio River. It's almost continuous. Not quite, almost. Almost. Real close. It was earlier, north to south, pretty much as a wall of severe thunderstorm warnings. So the bigger, more significant severe weather is going to be here and north. So these big, bold yellow lines you see, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that were tagged considerable. And then this one here with the black outline, that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We don't see too many of those. And that's significant moving into a big metro area. The smaller, thinner severe thunderstorm warning lines, those are just normal severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds or so. When you start getting into the 70, you start getting the considerable. 80 plus is going to be destructive at that point. So that's what we have coming right now. You can see the Weather Service has been warning well out ahead of this line. They've been doing that all evening. They've been doing a really good job with that. Behind the main line of storms, we have rain. We have some occasional embedded thunder. Nothing severe. If you are pretty much along the line from Sandusky to Mansfield to Columbus, and then from Columbus to Cincinnati along 71, you're in the clear. You're going to have some rain, some embedded thunder, or nothing after that. These storms, once they push through, they are going to diminish in intensity pretty quick. They don't persist for super long, but you can see they can do some damage pretty quick. So we're going to hang here for just a little bit longer here, especially with this northern edge here. Is everything kind of just blew up there, almost in our face, if you will. That was very unexpected. I wasn't expecting that at all. So that was interesting, and I am curious to see kind of what this portion of the line does as it moves further east. Again, severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m. across eastern Ohio, pretty much east of I-71, and then along and west of there, if you're under a severe thunderstorm watch still, it's until 10 o'clock, which is just a half hour from now, but they have been canceling portions of those watches, and pretty much by 10 o'clock, I expect that all of this weather will be out of that watch box. That'll be allowed to expire if they don't cancel it beforehand. Western Ohio, of course, we don't have anything highlighted county-wise, so you are out of the severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so let's see here. Up near Sandusky, just saw a report 57-mile-an-hour winds there in Sandusky. So pretty strong there. That 81-mile-an-hour wind report is something else for sure. All right. Who we have in the chat just saying that the worst storms are in northeast Ohio, southern Ohio, not as intense. That's very, very accurate. That is a good, accurate statement. Let me go back to here. Somebody wants a hug. Hey, buddy. You doing okay? All right. Go get some sleep. No, we're okay. We're okay. So I wanted to go back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning here real quick. We got two things here. The big thing is that we don't see those bright blues or those darker blues embedded with the bright blue. That's great news. The other thing here is here's the radar. It's at the airport, Cleveland Hopkins. They have that little donut hole around it, right? There's no data there. The problem is that the radar beam here is really low. So there's nothing crazy reaching the ground. That's great. But sometimes we can't see stuff like that super close to the radar. But I do believe that a lot of that has dissipated entirely. So Westlake and North Olmsted kind of spared from some of that, which is kind of good. There's a lot of big trees out there that if they come down, that makes a mess. But I am curious to see what sort of damage we have back here along Center Ridge Road, North Ridgeville, and the like. That's going to be very, very interesting. Like I said, I'll actually be up that way tomorrow morning. So I'm going to be kind of curious to see what damage may have occurred there. Those are some really, really strong winds for sure. So this is good. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning goes until, they have it going until 9:45. But here's the good news. If you're in downtown Cleveland, if you're in the immediate west suburbs like Lakewood, Rocky River, Brooklyn, Old Brooklyn, Lindale, Fairview Park, if you're east of Cleveland, you're not going to see those winds unless this decides it's going to change its mind in a hurry. I don't think that's going to happen. As we look aloft, this is going to be a little bit older. Let's see if we get a, yeah, see, as we look aloft here, we're looking higher, like 900 feet or so. Okay. But these are several minutes behind. Now we're going to look really high. Okay. So the winds aloft are quite strong for sure, but those aren't mixing to the ground. And now if we had gone back here, oh, I can't. I got to do this. Silly. So if we go, yeah, we go right here. This is the radar beam height at about 2,000 feet over North Ridgeville, and the winds were 85 miles an hour. And as we continue to go forward, you can see kind of just all feathers out, and now we get in the 68 miles an hour. So the winds aloft are there, but to get that real, look at there, we have a 60 mile an hour measured gust in North Ridgefield. 1 mile northeast of North Ridgefield, 62 miles an hour was measured. So, and that is where, right about where we had some 85 mile an hour things there. So this is pretty much part of downtown. The only problem with here is that this is a lower flat area with a lot of trees. And then there's houses around. So to have a weather station there, it could be impacted. It's not actually capturing all that wind that's really there because it's, you know, being deflected by a building or trees or something like that. So that's the only downside to that particular spot right there. I'm only saying that because I'm very familiar with it. I live here in town. Elyria had extensive tree and power line damage reported across Elyria. I believe that. There was a lot of damage there earlier. So that's no surprise. So here's what we're looking at kind of across northern Ohio here for our reflectivity, just the storms and the rain moving through right now. Pretty nice line of storms. Again, heavy rain. Just about moving into downtown Cleveland. The west side is definitely getting hit pretty good. Strongsville, nice heavy downpour there just east of 71. And then we also have plenty of storms moving into Summit County, across Medina, moving out of Medina City into, what would we got here? We got, ooh boy, just lost it all there. Let's zoom in. Hinckley is in there towards Wadsworth, and then that'll move into western Summit County along I-77, which it's pretty much there now. And then down towards Wayne County, I know I've had probably 2 or 3 people chirping about Wayne County for the past 2 hours. Central Wayne County getting a line of storms, but probably not too bad, which is good. A lot of this has been weakening across this portion here, so that's great. But down near Shreve, that's a nice storm there. Even Worcester getting a decent bit of rain and some thunder. I know you see some of the lightning strikes and maybe you don't see them up here. This just has to do with what I'm displaying. I actually have 2 different feeds for lightning coming in. If I run them both, this whole thing is lightning. If I keep one on, it shows certain strikes. If I just keep the other one on, it shows all the strikes. And so I keep one that only kind of shows like the more significant strikes. So that's kind of what you're seeing there. There may be a little bit more in the way of lightning and thunder activity in there, but that's not super important. Down towards Holmes County, towards Millersburg, 83 is right in here. That's pretty much right along it down, but that's not a terrible storm down there right now, but they are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, as this moves through and clears out, you can have some rain behind it and maybe some embedded thunder. That's about it. So let's continue to track this as it moves into Summit and Portage County, Cuyahoga County, and then again, we are going to keep an eye on the storms across southern Ohio as well. I promise we will. And we will, yeah, we'll just, we'll keep an eye on all of that too. But down there, those storms are not nearly as strong as they are further north, which fortunately they're not even as strong as they were earlier. But definitely had some good winds there across eastern Lorain County earlier. That was very impressive. I'm going to pull this up. Here we go. Looks like we had a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings recently issued. Perry County and northwestern Morgan County until 9:30. Those storms are moving east at 45 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Also, southern Fairfield, Hocking County, southeastern Pickaway, northeastern Ross County until 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Storms moving east at 50. And then a little further south of that, more recently, central Brown, Adams, Pike, southern Highland, northwestern Scioto, and southwestern Ross County is a severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Storms moving east at 45 miles per hour. And then that one actually is going to expire here shortly. Okay. So let me switch over to that for you guys here just real fast. So this is going to be kind of the central and southern portion of the state there. Again, still a severe line of storms, but not as strong, not as organized as it was, and it was moving into Ohio and hitting the I-75 corridor. But we kind of have like this area of embedded thunderstorms. And then right in here is a good storm just about to move into Chillicothe. And then we got a nice little line of storms from Lancaster up towards Coshocton, and that's also going to affect Zanesville as well. But this line, again, not as robust. We're looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, so low end severe, but still can cause damage to trees and roofs and property. Still take out the power. It can still do a couple other things. So, that is why these are warned. But fortunately, they're not as robust and not as severe as they were earlier. Again, I'm keeping an eye on them. They're doing a very good job of warning out ahead of these. You can see even a couple warnings starting to drop off, but this whole cluster here is warned. This cluster here is warned, and then these clusters are warned too. Again, severe thunderstorm watch all the way across Ohio until 3 a.m. I do not expect it to go until 3 a.m. It's 9:30. These storms are moving east pretty quick. I think north is 70, which is right here. And then here's 77. These storms will probably be close to 77 in about, what we got here? Probably in about an hour. No, I'll take that back. I looked at the time wrong. It's currently about 9:15. I looked at the wrong time. It's 9:15. So I expect it to be there about a half an hour, probably 9:45, maybe even slightly less than that. It's not all that far away, and it's moving east fairly quick. So yeah, about 9:40, 9:45 from Cambridge north for that line of storms. Further south, this is going to start kind of diving southeast. Everything's going to kind of split right here, if you will, at some point, which is why this doesn't look as strong. Look, even this is breaking up down here, so it's losing its potency. It's losing some of that support it needs, not because it's not warm and humid, it is, but it's losing other dynamics it needs to stay together. So these clusters will continue to stay severe because they'll feed off of whatever moisture and warmth is there right now. But the other problem is we're after sunset, so things are going to continue to cool and stabilize as it does so. But it's also losing its upper level support. So that's going to cause this weakening as well. Further north, and we'll just stay on this one for now, they trimmed back our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to hang on to it all the way until 9:45. They got it back now to a considerable 70-mile-an-hour wind gust possible. Let's see what moved through Hopkins here. Nothing too bad. No, nothing too bad. So that's good. Unless they had a report that just didn't make it out, which is possible with the ASOS. And then let's see, Burke Lakefront. There we go, Burke Lakefront. Come on, show me your winds. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, it's not quite there yet either. It's not very windy. So northern side of the storms, and we'll go back up here. A little bit more robust. We could have some embedded 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. We got a lot of tree damage, a lot of power outages. Last I heard it was over 100,000, but I haven't had an update since on that. But you can see down from pretty much Cleveland down towards Worcester and Coshocton, that's a pretty good line of storms. Once you get south of there, when you get towards Zanesville and south, it kind of breaks up and it lessens it. So, you know, this is still robust. It's still kind of got some upper level support, but it too, as it continues to move east, is going to weaken as nighttime continues, and it moves further away from that support. So, but this will probably continue to go for a little bit. I do anticipate Lake and Geauga counties getting a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly, probably with that considerable tag, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Could certainly see that. But once we get east of there, then I think we'll see the severe thunderstorm warnings, but I don't think we'll see the considerable tags on them either. I think we might have just recently got a new warning. Give me a moment. I do want to see if we got anything. Yes, it looks like we did. Okay, let's go south. Yeah, Weather Service Pittsburgh is really on the ball tonight, and they issued this big severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Belmont County, Carroll County, northwestern Columbiana County, eastern Coshocton County, Guernsey County, western Harrison County, eastern Muskingum County, western Noble County, and all of Tuscarawas County until 10:15 p.m. This is a normal severe thunderstorm warning, so wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. The storms are moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So that's pretty much going to cover the I-77 corridor there in east central Ohio for all these storms moving in. I'm going to turn off our watch fill for now because it's going to be a little bit easier to see all this yellow. So this is the big, huge box that they just drew. This is the border between Cleveland and Pittsburgh right in here. And it goes all the way south. That's a very large area for this line of storms moving through. So I definitely expect that. Definitely some decent winds in there, but I'm not seeing significant winds, and they're not seeing that either, which is really, really good. So all good news here. Okay, what else we got here? The Weather Service issued an update here just a few minutes ago on the severe thunderstorm watch. They're going to continue it. Again, they're expecting an overall decrease in severe weather, but it's still fairly organized. Best chance for severe gusts, they believe, are going to be kind of near the lake and a little bit inland. So that's what they're thinking. And that makes sense. That's kind of what we were seeing too as things were moving through. And hey, just like I said, here's this new severe thunderstorm warning, and I don't know what they did. Okay, I gotta poke fun at the guy with the radar tonight. Oh my, I know him. Okay, here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning. Geauga and Lake County till 10 o'clock. 70-mile-an-hour winds, that makes it considerable. They also tagged it tornado possible. We're going to take a look at everything here. They did something weird. So I think they were trying to do something. They may correct this. We might see a modified warning. So we have Lake and Geauga, and the border for that is right here. But then they also have covered near shore, and I don't know what they did. So there's like 3 warnings all right here, basically. It's really weird. They may redraw that. I think that was an error on the system that generates the warnings, something just did not compute right, and it did not like that. I don't know why I did that. That was really strange. Let's flip back here to, there we go. And let's take a look at what we got a new tornado warning. Okay. All right, so we got a tornado warning now, northern Portage, southeastern Geauga, and northern Summit County until 9:45. And that is going to be for a severe thunderstorm warning near Cuyahoga Falls, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is radar indicated rotation. Kent, Hudson, Twinsburg, Talmadge, Streetsboro, Macedonia can expect something here about 2 minutes from now. Ravenna and Manaway is a little bit later. But we also have a lot closer to that. We have Stowe, we have Hudson, we have Brady Lake, we have Kent, Sugarbush Knolls, we mentioned Streetsboro, Silver Lake. This is eventually going to perhaps impact Aurora, Manaway, and Hiram, Brady Lake. Peninsula, it's not going to hit Peninsula, guys. Don't worry about it. If you're in Richfield, if you're along I-77 and I-271, you're out in the Richfield area, this does not apply to you. You're going to be under the tornado warning, but this does not apply to you. So let's take a look here at what we got. I need to do one other thing here. Bear with me just a moment. I know I'm going to get asked about this tornado warning that's impacting. Okay, while I'm doing that, I'm going to drop offline on the microphone here. I do need a battery change. Stand by. Okay, here we go. We're back. Now we got a little juice here. Okay. Apologize about that, but I didn't want to run out in the middle of talking about our new tornado warning here. Just an update there on that. Okay, and we're going to look at here. Sweet. So we're going to kind of right now, this also gets further. It's hard to talk about these warnings getting further away from them. So for like Garrettsville, Welshfield, Parkman, and even like Middlefield, it's so hard to tell. But right now we're looking right in here, so pretty much right along State Route 91. State Route 8 is going to be back here. And yeah, we're pretty much looking right along 91 between Stowe and Hudson right now, I believe. We're going to look at the front of that. So I actually point this out before I walk away. Here's kind of our inflow right in here. And so we're looking right in there. We also got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning down for Coshocton and Muskingum County, but that goes away here in just a few minutes. Yeah, let me pull up one other thing too, but while I'm at it, it's been a busy night, folks. Busy night. Okay. Let's go here. This has got a good view. I like this view, guys. I don't know what that does, but okay. Trying to get that to go away. Go away. Oh, if I do... Those are some strong winds. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to play with a couple things here and make that go away. Doesn't want to go away. There we go. All right. Nope, doesn't want to go away. Okay. There we go. Finally got that to go away. All right, so here is our area of concern. It's about where we started with our tornado warning up here earlier. So kind of moving into Streetsboro. So right here along the Ohio Turnpike, just to the south of 480, right along the county line between Summit and Portage County. Back here, not so much, guys. No tornadoes back here. So if you're Cuyahoga Falls, pretty much if you are west of State Route 8, right here, it's kind of hard to see, you're in the clear. Although I would even extend that to say if you're west of State Route 91, that's this big straight line right here, you're in the clear at this point too. Can't do too much. It's all right here, and it's all kind of moving to the north and east on this one. So this is going to impact Streetsboro shortly. It's pretty much there right now, and then impact portions of kind of Aurora, and then eventually maybe out towards Manaway there. So we have State Route 44 here, and then we have a menagerie of roads. I believe this is Diagonal Road. I could be wrong. All right, well, so much for that battery change, guys. I am so sorry. I thought something was wrong there because I didn't see something moving. Yeah, that's why I came to check it, and you know what? That's not going to last long either. Okay, bear with me just a moment. Apologize. All right, I should be back for a little while now. Now I think I got a fresh set of batteries. My apologies. Okay, so We're going to keep an eye on our tornado warning here right now. I don't see anything kind of spinning up or doing anything crazy, but there's certainly potential there. And I think that's why they did the warning. So right now our tornado warning is basically going to be for northern Portage and southern Geauga County until, where did it go? 9:45 p.m. We were watching it there over Streetsboro, and again, radar indicated right now, nothing on the ground, no one's reported anything. That's good news, but the potential is certainly there that something could spin up in a very short amount of time. Looks like a little bit of damage out of Parma Heights, 8-inch diameter tree down into 2 houses. I hope everybody's okay there. That's a big tree. I want to check, see if we have any other new warnings. We do not. Some of the warnings across southern Ohio have been allowed to expire. So I'm going to pay attention more to northern Ohio right now because we got the tornado warning and these are the stronger storms. So bear with me if you're not from northern Ohio, or you can feel free to leave the stream as well if you'd like. If things are impacting you, if you did join us for, I appreciate it. Yeah, just continuing to watch this particular storm right here, and boy, everything kind of blurred up there. What happened? Okay, let's go back to here. There we go, it's a little bit better. There are some pretty strong winds. I'm going to move this. So some of these winds right now over portions of kind of just east of Hudson there in Summit County and into almost Streetsboro and Sugar Bush Knolls. They're 60, 65 miles an hour. So they're moving pretty good. Those are some pretty strong winds. And then I am kind of curious about what's going on. I'll show you in a second here. Let's do this. I'll show you this way. Kind of curious what's going on up in here. We have this developing shower right in here. Welshfield, Detroit Township. And it's kind of getting wrapped into our storm, which is right in here. Our area of rotation right now is here. Here's State Route 82. It's just south of it, moving this way. I know Garrettsville, you're in the warning, but this would have to go due east right now and just follow 82. And I don't think that's going to happen. Hiram, maybe up here. Depending on that, Hiram Township up there. But I think on this trajectory, this will cross into Geauga County, somewhere close to Troy there, 700 near 422, right in here somewhere. But this is kind of curious as this wraps in, if this decides to give it a little kind of kick in the rear and maybe make a little spin up there. And that could happen anywhere between about here and Troy Township right now. But that is something to kind of watch. It is kind of bringing this little bit of extra oomph or energy in, and it may not even actually be producing a shower per se. I'll show you that. Kind of right in here. So that's kind of moving away a little bit, but it is kind of bringing energy in and kind of wrapping it in, and then our area rotation is right here. So it's moving this way. So it just crossed over State Route 82, east of Aurora. Aurora, you're getting a nice storm right now, but you don't have anything spinning. Summit County, you're in the clear, no tornado warning for you. If you are south of the Ohio Turnpike, I know you might be in that tornado warning box, you're okay. The area of rotation is north of there, so you're okay. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, if you're along 44 right now, from 422 south to about Manaway, I would certainly be taking shelter right now if you haven't already. Again, if you're in a mobile home and you can't get out, or you don't have somewhere close by to go that's sturdy that you can get into, centermost portion of your mobile home is the best thing I can have for you. Try to stay away from as many windows as possible, an interior bathroom or something like that if you have it. I know that's really, really hard. Fortunately, right now, I didn't see any signs of this potentially producing a tornado. did not appear so, which is really good. But we do have some really good winds right now aloft. And actually, let's do this. These winds right now are about 75 miles an hour. So that is pretty strong. That's pretty strong for sure. Okay, I got it. Okay, go away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, good news here is even though we're seeing these real strong winds, and actually this is kind of a good thing in a way, that we're seeing these strong winds, because it's not really going to mix in, but you can kind of see here, we'll take out our base velocity, go to storm relative, and we see this area here, right, just northwest of Manaway. So Manaway Corners is right here, 44 and 82. And then we have State Route, I believe it's still State Route 305 out here, that goes to somewhere out towards Aurora. And then 44, kind of right in here. And like I said, I believe this is Diagonal Road right in here. It's been a long time since I've been on that way. That's kind of where we're at. And it's not doing a whole lot, which is what we want to see. But we have two areas of really strong wind here and especially here. So there's going to be some straight line wind damage across northwestern Portage County, Streetsboro, portions of Aurora, out towards Manaway. All that out there could have some decent wind damage here with that 75 mile an hour winds or so. I expect some tree damage and things like that for sure. I'm going to try to wait for this to update here shortly. Hopefully it does, because I am kind of curious to see if anything else tries to develop here. If you're in Freedom Township, Freedom Station, if you will, or Windham, I know you're in the box of the tornado warning, but again, you guys are clear. You don't have to worry about this. It's well north of you. I do want to look at my other product here. Yeah, those are some gnarly winds. Not as strong as what we saw across Lorain County, but you know, still strong, near 70 miles an hour or a little bit better. Looking further north, we do have the line of storms moving into Lake County and western Geauga County, so kind of along State Route 91. Willoughby getting a good storm right now, just about to move into Menor. Actually, the west side of Menor probably getting hit. Kirtland and Kirtland Hills getting a really good storm as well. And then you get south here into southern Geauga and western Portage County, where we're looking right now. So that is what's going on there. Just to get an alert here, what do we got here? May have been a possible tornado here in, hard to tell. Looks like Elyria. This is somebody's Ring camera. But I think it's just going to end up being damaging winds. This isn't going to be a good view. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this here. No? And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get that to you in just a moment here. There's some power flashes off in the distance. That's interesting. Wow, okay. I don't see any damage. Okay. Well, that's a big nothing burger. All right, let's get back to our new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be across southern Ohio. It's going to be for southwestern Hocking, eastern Pike, and Ross County until 10:30 p.m. Pretty much a severe thunderstorm near Pike Lake, moving east at 50 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds possible. Chillicothe, Waverly, Piketon, Kingston, Londonderry, Adelphi, Mooresville, and there's a couple other real small towns listed in there too. You guys are affected by all that. Nice little Boeing segment there. but nothing super duper significant at this point in time. Also on our tornado warning up here in Portage County that we're monitoring, no real change in anything. I'm not seeing it. It's going to be pretty much this big wind threat right now. And those are some 60 to 5 to near 70 mile an hour winds right now moving across portions of northern Portage and south central Geauga County right in here. Especially here, these are pockets of probably 75 mile an hour winds right there, just to the east of 76 and along State Route 87. And then these down here, these are 65 mile an hour winds easy down here over Manaway and just crossing over into Geauga County here along State Route 44. That gets into Auburn Township, I believe, up there. It's real close. And then, you know, as that storm continues to move east, that'll probably affect portions of Hiram Township. And the storm will probably hit Garrettsville a little bit, but you're going to get the southern portion of it. So probably not as bad. They still have the tornado warning going, even though we're not really seeing too much in the way of rotation right now. I do keep my eyes still on pretty much right at 44 to county line, right here where the 44 is. Yep, not right now going into Troy Township, and they dropped the warning. Okay, excellent. They dropped the warning. So that was the only place I was kind of keeping my eyes on. It's like if something were to spin, it could be there, just because that's where it was closest. But there hasn't been much. So the warning is gone. The tornado warning is gone. It's been canceled. We might have a new one coming though. Stand by. We have, no, we don't. Never mind. False alarm. That was not a new warning. Okay. Just going over some storm reports and things like that. I don't see anything too crazy. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula County until 10:45. This is a considerable warning. It's going to be for 70 mile an hour winds. It's the storm that just dropped the tornado warning, actually, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So that's all of Ashtabula County in that particular severe thunderstorm warning. And yeah, that's about it. Let's go here. Let me do this. So here's our new severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula, all of Ashtabula County. This line of storms is moving that way. There's no severe thunderstorm warning for Trumbull County yet. I expect that to be one of the next ones here. Although it might only be the northwest corner of it. So we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, if you're Cleveland and west, you are out of the severe weather. So you're good. And actually, Cuyahoga, Medina, and Wayne County still in the severe thunderstorm watch. And then kind of further south from there, but anything west of there is not in a severe thunderstorm watch at all. Okay. So let's do this. Let's go to the big overview here. Okay, go. There we are. Apologize about that. Chardon, I saw that. Chardon's about to get a nice little storm if you haven't already, but it's not too bad. Be some strong winds, but I think the bulk of it stays just south of you guys. Couple of you guys asked about Dover. Let's cover this just briefly real quick. Dover, that line's just about ready to move in here. So I'll kind of point it out. Dover, New Philly, you're right about here. That line's just west of 77. You are still in the severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty much everything right along I-77. About when I said it was going to be about 9:40, 9:45, and we're right in between that right now or so. So that's right about the time I thought it was going to be there. That worked out pretty good. up to about Cambridge. South of there, look how broken up this has gotten. This broke up pretty good. These are just general thunderstorms. Could have some gusty winds, 40, 45 miles an hour, maybe a little better. And then we have this little bowing segment down here that's left over from earlier. That's going to continue to push south and east. And the problem with it is that this stuff up here is going to start interfering with it. And then so is this stuff. This eventually will diminish, and it will probably diminish fairly rapidly. Actually, right now, I'd say it's questionable if they even warn out ahead of it too much. Just because this is going to pretty much break down. It's lost its support. It lost its connection, basically. And then you have all this, you have rain here, which is stabilizing air. You have rain and some thunderstorms here, which is stabilizing air. You lost your big connection with the bigger portion of the line. That is not going to do too much. So they will probably issue another set of warnings out ahead of it, but I don't think they're going to get too far out ahead of it. Kind of like they are up here. Like we've warned Ashtabula County before these storms even got there yet. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Trumbull and Mahoning County, as well as Eastern Geauga and Northeastern Lake County. I don't know why they did that, but okay. Oh, because they're going to drop that. Okay. That goes until 11 o'clock. These are for 60 mile an hour winds. Everything's moving east at 60. I don't think it's going to take to 11 o'clock to get out of the state at that point, but they do have it tagged as tornado possible. So I think they're kind of just doing that just to cover the fact that we have seen some spin pretty quick, and you know what? It's there as a, hey, heads up, this could happen. Just keep heads up. We're still watching that cell that we were watching earlier had the tornado warning. It's not doing anything. That's good, but that is something that, you know, I would watch it for sure. To say the least. I think that's a good call on their part to include that particular language, because it could spin up pretty quick, briefly at best. Nope, we don't have much of a line up here anymore in anywhere. So if we just kind of zoom in here a little bit, we have a line, but we don't have that line earlier where we're looking for notches. We have them. This is one right here. This is from the tornado warned portion of it. And then we kind of got some here, and this could get interesting too, but you just don't know. That's just the thing. You just don't know until it starts doing things. You watch these things, you go, well, okay, well, I know from past experience that when this happens, we could potentially see something because it's happened before. But unfortunately, what we don't know is whether or not it's really going to do anything. We just don't know. So we kind of have to wait on that. They are updating warnings and stuff, so they're kind of canceling warnings out, which is really good to see. But definitely the northeastern portion of the state, certainly going to see some strong winds. We probably got about we'll say another hour left. It may not even quite be that long. And these are winds that are going to be 65 to perhaps 70 miles an hour per chance in spots. Definitely not super widespread, but possible in spots. Got to definitely stress the possible with this, because it's not something that is going to happen everywhere for sure. Chillicothe, yeah, you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys are done. Yep. Storm going through now. We'll be out of there pretty soon, and behind it, maybe some rain. There is actually, believe it or not, this is crazy. There's lightning striking behind all of this. I mean, probably 40 miles behind the line. There's a lightning strike west of Wilmington. And the only thing near there is the line near Chillicothe. Same up near Jeffersonville. Wow, that's crazy. There are some additional showers and storms that are developing across portions of eastern Indiana. Those should stay non-severe, but you may hear some storms overnight. It's certainly possible. And there's a chance for some storms tomorrow as well. But I'm not expecting severe weather tomorrow. Athens, it hasn't got there yet. You're going to see probably some general thunderstorms. I don't see severe weather for Athens County. Someone doing their paper route down 33 from Athens to Coolville. I'm familiar with that route. Coolville, Route 7 to Pomeroy. You'll have rain and some storms doing that paper route. That's a big paper route, by the way, all the way down to Pomeroy. It could potentially be severe as you get into Meigs County, just based on that line out near Chillicothe, but very, very hard to tell. But just keep that in mind. Akron, yeah, you guys are in the clear. And then I'm just going to say this, if the storms have already moved through where you're at, you're good. If you haven't got storms yet, you're not good. It could be severe, but if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, it's coming. Someone said there was a touchdown near Streetsboro of a tornado. I'd be curious to know that. I would reach out to somebody, but they're probably busy. I know a firefighter there, so let's do this. All right, so I mentioned a few places, and then y'all jumped on me like flies on poop. I can't mention every place, guys. All right, I can't. So let's do this, because I'll be here all night answering you guys, and it will never ever be enough. So I know how that works. Okay, let's do this. Let's start up here, northeastern Ohio. Let's do it this way. We have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way to the Pennsylvania border, so Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Mahoning County, Youngstown to Ashtabula, Route 11. You're under severe thunderstorm warning. Here's your weather. If you're asking here, it hasn't hit yet. It's coming. If you are on this side of the line, Cleveland along I-77 to Akron right now, you guys are good. If you're in Worcester, you're in Wayne County, you're in Mansfield, you're anywhere west of there, you're good. Yeah, there's rain. There's some embedded thunder in there, but those aren't severe. If you are towards Canton and Dover, New Philly, I know it's just off the screen, you'll see it in a minute, you're still getting severe weather right now. You're still getting the potential for damaging wind gusts to 60, 70 miles an hour. And it looks like we had trees reported down in Strasburg. Okay, so you're down here. I know I had a bunch of questions for Delroy and Dover, New Philly and all that. I'm familiar with all that area there. Delroy over here, no, it hasn't happened yet, but it's knocking on the door. So it's right along State Route 800 and I-77 and 212. It's all coming that way. And then you have all the way down 77 to about Cambridge right now. Just north of Cambridge, it kind of stops, but Cambridge is about to get hit as well. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. We saw trees down up here, so I would say if you're in Tuscarawas County, pretty good chance for some tree damage. South of there, these storms start to weaken as you get down towards east of Zanesville. Yeah, it's strong here, but these have been weakening. They were stronger further west. These have been gradually weakening. So if you're along I-77 south of 70, south of Cambridge, down towards Byesville, it hasn't hit you yet. Marietta, the storms aren't there yet. You're not under anything yet. It's going to be debatable whether or not they're severe by the time they're there. You're going to be watching this group of showers and storms there. My guess is that they will not be severe. So let's take a look at this. Let's go southern Ohio. Here we go. So Chillicothe, storm coming through right now. If you're on the west end of it, it's coming, it's ending. Look at the air. We got these lightning strikes way up behind it. That's pretty crazy. So the air here still not exactly fully stabilized. Couple showers kind of popping around Dayton. And then if you look back here across Indiana, you can see some showers and stuff. Everything here will stay non-severe. It'll just be kind of be garden variety, heavy rain, probably a good lightning show too with all that moisture in the air. South of Chillicothe, you still got a severe thunderstorm warning down towards almost the Ohio River here. Not a whole lot out here. As you get towards Scioto County and Jackson County and Vinton County, this area, you'll probably see a severe thunderstorm warning at some point soon. I imagine they'll still warn at least this line, at least for those counties. As you see, we're not warning anything down here in the Kentucky. So that's telling me that stuff's not super severe, which is not severe, but it may be a little on the strong side. As you get further east of there, as we get towards Athens and Meigs and Gallia County and even portions of Lawrence County in Ohio, very debatable whether or not those get a severe warning. It's just going to kind of depend on how this holds up as it continues to push eastward here, really southeastward at this point. This stuff here is really breaking up. So Athens and Marietta, moving into Parkersburg, West Virginia, Coolville. This stuff here is probably going to stay non-severe. So it'll be a good storm with maybe a nice little light show for you, but that's going to be about it. And it may not even be that much rain, to be honest with you. It does not look to be holding up too well. So we'll see what they do with this line. I do anticipate some warnings out ahead of it, but after that it gets real iffy. They could warn it. They could continue to warn it till it gets into West Virginia, but real iffy. But look, I mean, we're disconnected from the line here. We have stabilizing rain here. We got stabilizing rain here, kind of pushing in. This is pushing out. So now this is going to split here eventually, and then this is going to kind of get left to die. So that's what we got right now. As you get towards far eastern Ohio, I didn't really cover it. Towards the Ohio River, I know near like Steubenville, Wheeling, West Virginia, Weirton, West Virginia, up to East Liverpool. Those storms too. I kind of anticipate Weather Service in Pittsburgh issuing a severe thunderstorm warning here. I think they're watching this to see what it does, but I think it'll hold up enough that they'll probably issue a severe thunderstorm warning here. I don't think by the time the storms get here, they're going to be anything super impressive. Yeah, we could have some strong winds. Yeah, we could have some wind damage. We'll have heavy rain. We'll have a lot of lightning, but I don't think they're going to be anything super impressive. This too, also starting to really break down and lose its support as everything pulls further and further away from that low. And that's to be expected at this point. We were definitely expecting that right now. Again, further north, this is the most dominant severe weather we have right now. Is this particular area of storms, and those are some strong winds. And I'm checking to see if anything happened to be rotating. And the good news is no. We're pretty much a straight line wind dominant line of storms right now as it pushes out of eastern Geauga County, eastern Lake County. It hasn't quite got to Ashtabula County yet. It's almost there. It's just getting into Trumbull County, and it's leaving Portage County. So this is all good news that we're gradually dying off here. I do want to point out we do have a flash flood warning for southeastern Cuyahoga and northern Summit County until 12:30. 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen. They're expecting a little bit more. This isn't an area that is it's prone to getting some flooding in spots. So northern portion of Summit County into the far southeastern corner. A lot of this is the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. So definitely there. Again, we are going to get some more rain. There is some more rain behind it for a little bit. So definitely going to see a little bit more rain coming here and there. Again, some embedded thunder, but nothing too terrible. I hope that helps out everybody and whatnot. Again, southeastern Ohio, depending on exactly where you're at, you could see a strong, maybe a severe storm, but not expecting anything significant right now. A lot of that stuff is gradually starting to dissipate. So we do have the severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Ohio until 3 a.m. I do not expect it to get past, we'll say midnight, but that's about it. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out here. And this is probably for some areas where we talked about earlier. So let's take a look here. Yep. Okay. So, right. Pittsburgh did what I thought they were going to do. So they issued this huge severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to here real quick. It's for, here's the counties in Ohio. It's a massive list. Northwestern, Belmont, Carroll, Columbiana, Northern Guernsey, Harrison, Jefferson, Eastern Tuscarawas, and then we get into Pennsylvania and West Virginia. This goes until 11 p.m. It's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. I'm not sure why they did that, but okay. I'll go with it. Big, huge box. So basically, you'll have to forgive this because of how they cover here. So it starts here. This is Pennsylvania. We're not going to worry about that, but it's these counties all down here. So remember how we just talked about it? I said they were probably going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Well, there it is. I didn't expect a considerable 70-mile-an-hour winds, especially considering that this was just a normal severe thunderstorm warning. And I haven't seen anything that would suggest going with that, but that's okay. They'll do it just in case. That's fine. I would say this section here of a line has the better chance of stronger winds exceeding 65 miles an hour. I wouldn't, not so much down there right now, but it's certainly possible. Let's see what our winds are doing here. I'm going to take a quick peek. Let's go to the Pittsburgh site. Maybe they're seeing something a little bit different there on the radar. Yeah, okay. I could kind of get behind that. There is an area across central Tuscarawas County, back towards Millersburg, that has 60 to 65 mile-an-hour winds. Kind of runs Yerkesville to New Philly to Millersburg. So I could kind of get behind that as to why they did that. But it's an awfully big area north there. I just don't see it. So hey, you know, it's certainly possible something could pick up. They're getting a different view of that line, so certainly possible something could pick up, but I don't foresee anything too significant. Again, southeastern Ohio, actually for portions of Hocking County near Logan and whatnot, they have a little special weather statement out, but they don't have anything else out. They allowed the warnings, the severe thunderstorm warning on the one cell to expire. It has fallen apart considerably since we last looked at it. So it's losing its support. The cell around Chillicothe, just east of there, is still warned. That goes until 10:30, and I don't even know if it's going to make it that far. So I think if that drops, I don't think there's going to be any more warnings for southeastern Ohio for the most part. At least that's my initial thought right now. I know earlier I mentioned I could see another kind of line, but with the way it kind of fell apart there in a hurry, it's hard to justify that. Okay, we've asked about Chardon again, and Chardon, you're now west of the storms are moving out, so we don't have anything to worry about. Please don't ask about Chardon. Looks like we get over 200,000 without power now, so a lot of power outages. That's a lot. Okay, so actually, let's do this. Let's go back here. They did issue the warning like I thought they would. A little bit different. Let's go to the right screen here, silly. Here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning now for northwestern Meigs, north central Gallia, Jackson, Vinton, and western Athens County until 10:45. So they decide they're going to warn this out a little bit more. So this will include Athens, MacArthur, Jackson, Albany, and some of the other kind of small towns and whatnot here near Wellston. And that's for this storm right here out near Chillicothe, Waverly City. It's all for that. 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. And that's about it. So if you're in that area, could see a strong to severe storm. You might not. That whole thing is gradually dissipating to an extent. it's taking its time a little bit, but it's gradually dissipating. So it will eventually kind of gradually peter itself out a little bit too. I mean, the support north between Cambridge and there has diminished. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for big box here: Belmont, Guernsey, southeastern Harrison, south central Jefferson, Monroe, southeastern Michigan, Noble County in Ohio, and then they get into West Virginia as well on it just a little bit. That goes until 11 p.m. That's a standard severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, but that part of that line is not looking that great. It's just not. So it could be some gusty winds, but to be honest with you, I don't see significant severe weather happening in there. I just don't. Sorry, just going through a couple things here real fast. Okay, good. So we'll hang here until the storms kind of move out of Ohio, and then we'll cancel. We're gonna turn off the stream after that. I've been on for 4 hours, so it's been a while. Let's go back to here. I am just kind of focusing on this line across northern Ohio. Again, that's the strongest portion that we got so far is this up here. Good news here is that I haven't really seen any signs of rotation, just a lot of straight line wind potential. And that's pretty good moving into Trumbull County, especially the Mosquito Lake area, Cortland, coming out of Mesopotamia, going into Mecca, and then eventually Gustavus and Kinsman, and then also into Orwell, New Lyme, Roaming Shores, going to get some pretty good winds as well. And looks like we got another new severe thunderstorm warning. Hocking and Pickaway County until 11 o'clock is our new severe thunderstorm warning. So they're just kind of piecemealing this back together. I'm not really sure why. I don't see much. Let me do this. Let's go to the Charleston radar. So they're going to fill in the gap here for this tiny little storm. It's just not doing a whole lot. None of these are doing anything. Okay. So I'm going to say this, and maybe I'm wrong. It's okay. I've been wrong before. Everything from here to about Chillicothe, guys, this isn't what I consider severe weather. It's got some gusty winds in it, 40, maybe 45 miles an hour. Maybe some little bit of small hail, maybe pea size if you're lucky. It's heavy rain, some occasional light. There's not much here. This is one of the new warnings they did here, and this is like warning a rain shower, basically. I'm not sure why it's warned. Coming out of Chillicothe towards MacArthur, down towards Jackson. This is pretty decent. I agree with that warning. I think that's a pretty good storm that could have some 60-mile-an-hour winds in it. Radar's not really showing it, but radar kind of sucky right here. So not really feeling that too much. I think that's okay. These here, not too much. I don't see that. This is all diminishing too. Even though it's Pittsburgh radar, I can flip over to it. It probably doesn't look any more or less impressive. Again, not great radar coverage right up in here. You'd think there would be, but not a ton. Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. As you get down towards Peebles and whatnot, Peebles just has a special weather statement out for this line of storms. It looks pretty impressive, but not doing a whole lot either right now. So it's kind of like a little bit below severe levels at the moment. But yeah, I don't understand why we have that. And I can see the stuff out of Chillicothe, but and everything, but the rest of it, I don't know. But then again, I don't have to make that call, so it's okay. If I look at Pittsburgh radar, again, this doesn't look impressive down here at all. It really doesn't. It looks like rain. I just don't see a whole lot. Then you get up here, and then I could kind of see some gusty winds and stuff going on up here. And if we flip over to our velocities, it's still looking pretty good. So yeah, I could certainly see that. And if we go over to Cleveland and go up here, that's what we've been watching. And that's getting ready to leave the state here in probably about 20 minutes. So that'll be good. Let's see what else we got here we can maybe report on. Yes, you do have storms coming into Athens. Yes, Athens is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm not running MRMS, but that's okay. Thanks. But yeah, so you do, if you're in the Athens-ish area, you'll get a good thunderstorm. I don't think it's not going to be like significant severe. It's going to be like maybe low end at best. So there's just not, all that is kind of weakening. If you get to the northeast of Chillicothe, south of Lancaster, there's not much there. So we'll see. If you're in Fairfield, come on, Fairfield's what? Tell me what you're seeing in Fairfield, Asher. How about you tell me? I've told you, if you're west of all this line, there's nothing. So please, I'm not going to keep repeating myself on that. It just gets a little goofy. Yeah, for Athens, it'll be a nice little storm for you guys, but I don't think, unless this particular storm that's coming out of Chillicothe all of a sudden wants to get an act together, I don't think it's gonna be anything crazy. It'll be some gusty winds. I think you'll hit winds, 50 to maybe 60 time it gets there. We'll kind of see, but it has been gradually falling apart for a little bit. So it's hanging on, it's trying, but we'll kind of see what happens. It's kind of out there on its own right now. And then south of there, stuff looks decent all the way down to Lexington, Kentucky, and but there's none of it is warned. None of it is warned. So that's telling me that stuff down there isn't super bad either. Again, a lot of it is going to be further north. Looks like we got a report south of Ravenna. This is going to be probably in Rootstown, actually. Large tree across the road. And then we also got a report out of Cuyahoga Falls for large limbs down at Woodridge High School. So more trees down, a lot of wind damage. Screen didn't freeze. I was actually looking at a different program for that information. I don't particularly pull that up too much, so don't have to worry about the screen freezing. Asher, sorry you just joined the chat, but don't jump in here and just ask how something is when you know how it is outside. Thank you. Because I'm sure you're there and you're looking outside and you're going, gee, it's quiet. I don't know why. It's quiet because there's nothing going on. But anyway, I digress. Okay, so we're just going to kind of hang on here a little bit longer. Once most of this starts hitting the state line in northern Ohio, we'll take a quick little review at everything here and see where we're at, and then we'll probably go ahead and end our stream. But right now, nice line of storms entering western Ashtabula County, getting into western and central Trumbull County. If you're in the Youngstown area, yes, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and those storms will move through. I'm expecting generally 60-mile-an-hour winds with this for the most part, even though the warnings are for Ashtabula County is a considerable warning, up to 70. It's possible, but a lot of the velocities I've been reading, I haven't seen any support for that. Trumbull County, same deal, about 60-mile-an-hour winds or so. If you're Lake, Geauga, Portage, or Stark County, you're not in any sort of severe weather warning, and the severe weather is over for you. Same, Trumbull County, severe weather is over for you. If you are west of I-77, anywhere from here to the California coast, you're not affected by this severe weather we're talking about right now. If you're in Columbus, yes, you got some rain and some embedded thunder, but that's it. Non-severe, it'll stay that way. That'll move out. South here, okay, so we have Carroll County and Columbiana County, Jefferson, and Harrison County. That's a nice line of storms. You're under the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for wind gusts up to 70. I don't think you're going to see wind gusts up to 70. South of there, we have a diminishing line, but this is the Cleveland radar, so it doesn't look that great. So we're not going to take that. But I will tell you that it doesn't look that much better from the Pittsburgh radar either. So down here, you could see some brief wind gusts. I don't think you're going to hit severe levels, to be honest with you, but they probably will not drop the warning early unless that thing falls apart. Right now, this is probably going to hit the state line here in about the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, from basically Youngstown to Ashtabula, and then from there south, probably closer to 20 to maybe 25 minutes before it hits the state line and Ohio River respectively there. And as we get further south, it's going to be a little bit, but I expect that stuff to continue to diminish. It has been for a while. That was expected as, again, as this moved east, it bowed out. Eventually what happens is it kind of gets stretched out. The center kind of breaks, which is what we kind of saw here, which is why here it's not so intense as it is up here. This has got still more upper level support. Even though it's warm and humid out ahead of it, that's nice. It's fuel a little bit, but it's getting pretty late. We've lost the sun. It is stabilizing. And at the same time, down here, even though it's warm and humid still, we've lost our upper level support. So this split, and because of that, it starts dissipating. It can only hang on for so long with the energy that it has, and the energy is left to be available. Now that it's dark, it's gradually going to die off. This is good news for us. So I'm going to stick with you for just a little bit longer, and then we'll probably go ahead and shut down the live stream. More than likely when the northern Ohio storms get into Pennsylvania. Again, we'll do a quick little review of what else is left. There will probably still be some severe thunderstorm warnings active when we leave, and that's kind of it. Again, we keep asking the kind of the same places here, Piketon. You know what's going on, guys. You know the storms are gone. They're gone. You don't have to keep asking. You're going to hear some thunder. You don't have to freak out that you got, a big tornado or something. We don't have to cover this multiple times. I'm just looking at a few other things here real quick. I don't see any new storm reports. I take that back. We got one out of Perry County. Got a couple trees down, it looks like, out of Perry County. Nothing too crazy. A lot of that tonight. A lot of trees down. A lot of power outages. A lot of people without power. Screen didn't freeze. I'm just looking at some other programs. I don't share everything all at once here, but let's do this. I want to point this out because somebody's going to ask, I'm sure. So let me go to here. Okay, here we go, folks. So we mentioned about some other showers behind all this, additional showers, a few kind of storms maybe even developing. We do have some showers, maybe a rumble of thunder kind of here and there near Bell Fountain, kind of across west central Ohio here. And again, some showers and storms moving out of Indiana. They'll be moving into southwestern Ohio, all non-severe. These will not be severe. You'll hear thunder, you'll have some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing significant. And that'll happen through the overnight. We do have a chance for scattered showers and storms tomorrow. They do not look to be severe, which is great. Could one or two be severe? Yeah, it's possible. I haven't looked too close into it this evening. I did earlier this afternoon, and I didn't particularly see anything that struck me as being severe, but you never know. Sometimes you get one just just happens to get robust enough and organized just enough to reach severe levels. But again, rain down here, Chillicothe, this is still gradually breaking up. It's starting to get there. And same here, just not too much going on up towards what we got there, Morgan County, portions of Hocking County. I mean, it's a nice storm. The winds haven't really been there, but it's a nice storm. It's you know, it's definitely one that I get inside for sure, but not one that I think is gonna do anything significant at this point in time. Those storms there are gradually weakening for sure, and again they've been for a bit. Again, further north, that's our most robust line, and it's been pretty consistent with 60-mile-an-hour wind potential for quite a bit. As a matter of fact, it's still there as it continues to push east. And the good news is I think our brief little tornado threat we had there, I'm pretty confident that's over right now. And I think it should stay that way. These are going to continue to diminish in intensity as they push off into northwestern PA. Things are cool, a little bit cooler as they get a little further east. So that's a plus. I'm going to check out one other thing here real quick. I'm just going to look down at the Charleston radar real quick to see if there's anything. Not a whole lot. Yeah, you see, I just don't see the super strong winds, but I know we're also kind of looking somewhat high into the atmosphere, but I don't even see anything strong up there. So I think these storms are just going to be kind of like what I like to call rambunctious. They'll have some gusty winds, but a lot of heavy rain and lightning and thunder, so they'll be noisy. And of course, down there with all the hills, everything echoes, so it sounds quite a bit noisier. But I just don't see anything that strikes me as like, oh, that's going to do some damage. And the same coming out of Cambridge towards Caldwell, Barnesville, Woodsfield, and then out towards the Ohio River that way. I don't see anything with that line of storms that is striking me as super significant. The winds aloft, again, the read on this isn't super great in that area, but it is about 7,500 feet or so aloft, and I just don't see anything that crazy. You really got to get from about Carrollton north all the way up to the lake to really get some of those 60 plus mile an hour winds. So that's kind of where we're at right now, where everything stands. So we're just going to kind of watch what we have going on there. All right. So we're at a point now we don't have a whole lot to talk about, unfortunately. I do apologize. Of course, it's getting late. I've been with you guys almost 4.5 hours. Usually we try to tag team some coverage. Tonight we didn't quite have that ability due to some other people kind of being out. So it's just kind of me tonight, which is not bad. Just kind of looking at some of the other storms here. Where am I at here? Across southern Ohio. And these are definitely starting to diminish overall. So while we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings and everything, they're not quite as organized. They're not quite as robust. The whole line's kind of gradually falling apart, and it's almost like multi-cell now. So kind of what we got here is somewhat multi-cellish, where we have 1, 2, 3, maybe a cell here, a cell there. And the way kind of a multi-cell works is like one is strong, another is building, another's developing, and then there's another one that's weakening. It kind of just works down the line. It's kind of like that, almost what we call a multi-cell line. Now this is a bowing structure that's kind of breaking apart. It's kind of gradually just splitting, if you will. So it looks a little feisty. And yeah, there's some heavy rain in here. There's some gusty winds in here. I don't know if they're going to reach severe levels, but I'd say we could get close to it. So I can see the warning. Up here, I'll say that I looked at Charleston radar, I looked at Pittsburgh radar while we were sitting there, and it looks just about like that on both of them. And yeah, it's not anything all that crazy. Winds aloft. Again, I know base radar beam off Pittsburgh in this area, which is the coverage area. It's like 7,800 feet, and there's just not much there. So there's probably not below that going to be any winds that I believe are going to be severe level. Could it get 40, 45 miles an hour? Yeah, it's possible, but I don't even think we're going to see that much at this point. So they'll probably just let the warning go and let it expire. I'm imagining that's what's going to happen down here too. Kind of difficult to see if they're going to issue any warnings going towards the Ohio River from Washington County, the rest of Athens, Meigs, and portions of Gallia County. I think it's possible, but I don't think that's a high possibility right now. I could be wrong. It's okay if I'm wrong. It's all right. I don't take offense to it. I don't see that particularly getting any worse. So it'll kind of depend on what happens here. If they don't think it's warranted, they won't. But if they want to do it just in case, they'll issue. But you can see right in here, we've lost all that connection. So this is kind of the northern end of this other kind of weird, like snaky line that goes down the Lexington, Kentucky area. And everything south of it's not warned. So it's strong, if you will. It's a strong storm. It's not a little bit more than a garden variety storm, but they're not severe per se. And I think they may end up just letting those expire and kind of letting the storm just kind of play itself out, if you will. But as you can see, there's nothing, no severe weather down here in the Kentucky. They haven't warned any of that. This kind of snakes its way down to Lexington and even further south than that. So even down into, I guess that's Danville area. Looks like Newcomerstown has trees and power lines down. Dover, trees and power lines down. So a couple other storm reports there. Oh, a nice 72 mile an hour wind report out of Mentor-on-the-Lake in Lake County from earlier. So that's a pretty significant report there. So that area was producing some pretty good winds. So that is quite surprising. So again, as this kind of main line here from about Ashtabula to Youngstown down to almost the East Liverpool area, Cadiz, if you will, East Liverpool, so further east, my bad. As that kind of starts crossing into Pennsylvania, we'll probably end our live stream here. The biggest thing is this big considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way until 11 p.m. I'll probably hang on until that gets dropped, or if it looks like the storms just aren't really doing too much and they're weakening, we'll see. Still some decent lightning in it, so that that's telling me these storms are still mature. They're hanging on, but I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to hang on. Again, this line goes all the way back across the lake, and then it kind of dissipates, of course. But everything's associated with this low pressure system that you see here over Chicago. It's further east now, but those fronts and surface positions don't update every hour or anything. Actually, the low pressure looks like it's more centered around Grand Rapids, and Grand Rapids is even reporting heavy rain. It doesn't even look like it. That's funny. So everything's kind of rotating around that. So this is getting out well ahead of it, so it's losing some of the upper air dynamics and whatnot as it does so, and because of that, it breaks apart and it dissipates. So we're seeing that here. we'll kind of see what happens with some of this line as it moves off to the east. But we'll probably plan on ending our stream no later than 11, just so that we can get rest. But I'm going to look at just a few other things. I haven't seen too many other reports come in right now, which is good. And then, yep, there we go. All right. Okay, good. So far, we're doing good on what's moving through. Yeah, it's strong moving into Ashtabula and through Trumbull County, Warren right now, getting a pretty good storm. Cortland, Kinsman, just about to move into Youngstown. I'll be honest with you, Youngstown to Canfield doesn't look too bad. Looks like we're going to kind of split those two areas there. Kind of picks up again around Salem. Let's do this. Kind of see that a little bit better here. Yeah, Youngstown not looking too bad. You'll get a nice little storm, but nothing too intense. More intense stuff right now moving out of Kinsman through Ashtabula along Route 11. Gets south of Canfield towards Salem. That's a nice line there to Winona out of Hanoverton along US Route 30 between Hanoverton and Lisbon, about to get hit. That's going to move eventually towards Rogers, East Palestine, East Liverpool, Summitville to Salineville, getting a nice line, Bergholz. And again, as we get south of there, it starts to break up a little bit, but I think still a decent storm all the way to the Ohio River, New Cumberland, Toronto, Steubenville, probably going to get a decent storm, but nothing too intense. Moving out of Cadiz now, towards Hopedale, Mingo Junction eventually in there. But I think it's going to continue to weaken. Of course, I'm on the Pittsburgh radar here, so we're not seeing much in here. Here's this line off the Pittsburgh radar. It's severe thunderstorm warning all the way from Flushing to Caldwell. It's that line right now, and it just doesn't look too crazy. If we pull up the winds, which is warned for, we don't see much wind. We just don't see much wind. Again, I know we're looking at about 6,500, well, anywhere from about 3,800 to 8,000 feet from northeast to southwest. I just don't see it. So I think if you're in this area here, if you're in portions of Monroe and Belmont County, I don't think you're going to see too much of a crazy storm move through. I think it'll be relatively garden variety. And then if I go to the Charleston radar to get the rest of this down here, we can kind of see, again, looks rambunctious moving through Logan and MacArthur and into Jackson, coming out of Waverly City, and even into Portsmouth. But if we look at winds, and this is not a great view, this is a terrible area. We're looking at about 6,000 to 6,500 feet or so for winds. And again, it's kind of the same as what we saw a moment ago. It's not super strong. It's not, I don't think it's significant severe. I think it might get close, but I think it kind of stays on the strong side. As this continues to push east, if this continues to stay like it is, they might issue another warning, but if it starts diminishing too much more, I don't see them issuing another warning east of this one right here. So we'll kind of see what happens with that. But that's not, I don't see anything super significant with anything going on there. Back up towards Cleveland, this isn't going to be a great view because we're kind of shooting through the storms. But those lines right now, pretty much Andover down to Orangeville, all along the state line there, that's bowing out. And that's going to continue to push out into northwestern PA here over the next 10 minutes. Further south towards Youngstown, down towards Jefferson County there. That's going to push out of the state within the next probably 10 minutes or so. Or maybe 15. I think we just got a new warning of some sort. Trumbull County. New warning 11:45? Doesn't make any sense. Let me look at that again. That doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense at all. Oh, it's up here. It's this one. They drew this wrong. Northeastern Trumbull County, and then in the Pennsylvania, somebody boogered this corner up right here. Okay, so I'll show you here. This corner right here is what tagged that severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning is for the line of storms really in the Erie and Crawford County, Pennsylvania. So if you got a severe thunderstorm warning for Trumbull County near Kinsman until 11:45, just ignore that. That's not correct. Something weird happened. There's been a bunch of weird things happen with those warning boxes here and there tonight. So that's not a valid warning for Trumbull County. Your severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11, and then that'll be it. Once this line gets out here, it'll probably be about the next 10 minutes or so for areas. Yeah, for Trumbull County for sure. For Mahoning, maybe real close to 11, just because the way everything is angled. Yeah, kind of weird tonight on some of the warning issuances. I didn't say nothing severe for Athens. Athens County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't believe part of Athens County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. I should question it. The city of Athens itself is just outside of it. It gets to the plains and Chauncey, but not Athens. I think depending on exactly what the storm does as it kind of continues eastward, they might not issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. I could see them issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Athens County. I don't feel very confident about it, but it's certainly possible. We're going to find out here in a few minutes because the current warning that is in place in that area expires in 5 minutes. So if they allow the warning to drop and they don't issue a new downstream warning, then I don't see them continuing the warning. I think it's low probability that they issue a new warning. It'll be a strong storm, but like I said, the winds that were maybe there earlier just are not there now. So it's heavy rain and it's probably some gusty winds, but I don't think to the point of severe. MacArthur, that storm's moving through right now, man. You may see some gusty winds, but it's heavy rain, thunder and lightning. Some gusty winds, that's it. That's going to move through. You're going to see rain and some occasional thunder behind that through part of the overnight. So that's all you really got there. Looks like new tree down in Carrollton, number of trees down in Carrollton. It's a new report there. So a lot of tree damage, a lot of trees down tonight. It's a lot of wind damage. That was expected today. If you guys have been on for a while, I hope you guys enjoyed the warning portion here across the bottom of your screen with the warnings kind of scrolling through. It's something new we just actually developed, and we have a couple different variations of this. But I went with this one here just because it's a little minimal and we had a lot going on. Okay, difference between a watch and a warning. A watch means conditions are favorable for something. A warning means it's happening or it's about to. There is a severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m. It won't make it till 3 a.m. They'll gradually cancel out this watch as these storms move through. Right now, to be honest with you, they've canceled part of it already. Zanesville's out of the watch, Columbus is out of the watch, and actually Athens County is the western edge of the watch, so along with Vinton, Jackson County, all the kind of Ross County, all the western edge of that watch. So they will gradually continue to cancel out to watch further east. Again, if you're west of I-77 for the most part, north of 70, you're in the clear for severe weather. If you're south of 70, we still got the potential there, here and there, but I think those are going to diminish really, really quick. So, yes, it says until 3 a.m. They issued the watch until 3 a.m. The watch means conditions are favorable, but I don't think it's going to make it to 3 a.m. It will gradually be allowed to. They'll gradually cancel it as the storms move out of the area. All right. Just checking on a couple other things here. Again, fortunately, this is dying down really, really nice, which is good. At least for Ohio, as it moves into PA, they'll still have to deal with some severe weather, but it's even dying down for them too. Also good. So it looks like a lot of this stuff here, from pretty much East Liverpool up to Ashtabula, is going to be out of the state here in about 10 minutes. 10 to 15 for sure. It's definitely going to be out by 11. And at that point, we'll probably end our stream. I do not see them issuing anything down here for the rest of Athens County or Meigs or portions of Washington County or Gallia County at the moment. Of course, that's the wrong radar, but I don't see them issuing anything down there. And that severe thunderstorm warning set to expire in under a minute. So if they allow it to expire, then great. If they don't want to issue anything else, they got it going. Of course, this is the Weather Service in Wilmington has it going for Hocking County to 11. So it's gonna be weird. You're gonna see that one, and then you're gonna see this other one for Athens, Vinton, and Jackson drop off. Kind of odd, but I could see Wilmington hanging on to that one for Hocking County all the way to 11 o'clock at this point. Most of these warnings expire here at 11. So definitely by then, I will probably end our stream. Actually, Ashtabula County is going to expire here at 10:45. Everything else is going to be 11 o'clock. So the warning across Athens, Vinton, and Jackson County has been allowed to expire. There's no new warnings. So you can see we kind of see gradual diminishing of this here. The warning for Hocking County is going to go until 11. I don't know if they're going to cancel it or not. They haven't updated it in about 20 minutes. The warning for Ashtabula County has been allowed to expire. And again, we're hanging on to these other warnings until 11 o'clock, and we'll probably hang with you guys till just about 11, and then we'll call it a night. Please get some rest. You're gonna need it, and all that. If you're in Warren, you know the storms are moving out. It's just rain and some thunder, so that's what we're gonna see. I'm sure some of you guys have some cleanup to do. Be very careful doing your cleanup and all of that. Help out your neighbors if you need to as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what we got here. Again, we got those storms moving across southeastern Ohio. Yeah, there's going to be some gusty winds ahead of it. There's going to be gusty winds as they move through, but I think a lot of it's going to stay below severe limits, so that's below 60 miles an hour. Could see some minor damage from that, yes, sure. Not super likely. A lot of that is starting to diminish pretty quickly, so that's a good sign. And yeah, again, we got just this last little bit of, I think once this line here you're looking at right now crosses the state line, we'll probably end our live stream here. I'll do a quick little coverage recap there across southeastern Ohio, but there's just not a whole lot going on down there. So I know that's probably where most of you guys that are sticking around are right now. Again, if you're not getting anything and you're west of 71, you're not going to get anything. Some occasional rain, maybe some thunder overnight, that's about it. So I'm not going to go cover 88 counties when there's not a whole lot going on. So yeah, no new reports right now coming in damage wise, and fortunately the severe weather is winding down, so that's also very good. Yeah, it's been a very active evening, a lot going on. I'm going to be curious to see if some of these storms that prompted tornado warnings may have briefly produced. Definitely some wind damage out there, especially near me. I'll be curious to check that out tomorrow for sure. So that'll actually just kind of work out that way. But it's definitely been a very busy evening. All right. Yeah, not too much left to coverage here. Right now, Youngstown getting hit with a storm. Again, not showing any signs of being severe, but definitely strong. Certainly 40, 45 mile an hour winds are possible. That also extends down towards Lisbon, East Liverpool right now, just about to get that storm, often in Cumberland, and then into the West Virginia Panhandle. So that looks like, again, about 5 more minutes or so, and that's pretty much going to be out of here. And then across southeastern Ohio, the only severe thunderstorm warning runs from pretty much Wheeling to Caldwell. That runs until 11. And that line just is not looking like much. Cambridge did report a few trees down. That's a brand new report in. But that's been about it. And back when those storms were closer to Cambridge, they were more robust for sure. But right now, I'm not seeing anything that's sparking my interest as being severe. Caldwell getting a pretty good storm. Yeah, it's a decent storm. I agree with that. A lot of rain. Yep, definitely a lot of rain. Yes, they've had that particular tornado warning tag, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning tag tornado possible since it was issued, gosh, like an hour and a half ago. When did they issue it? They issued it back at 10 o'clock, and it's almost had a tour possible tag on it for a while. But I haven't seen anything that, I don't know, I haven't seen anything that says that there's I don't know, let's look at Pittsburgh radar here. It may just be one of those things where they're kind of covering it just in case because of what happened earlier. But yeah, I don't see a lot. Maybe right in here. That's in the West Virginia. That's pretty much right over, like, close to Mountaineer Casino there, racetrack. But I don't know. I don't see a whole lot. Let's look at the TDWR because it's close. yeah, that'd be about it right in here. So if that's the tornado possible, it's out of Ohio. You don't have to worry about it. Everything up here, that's nothing. That's straight line. So it's going to be pretty much right in the panhandle, about ready to move into southern Beaver County, Pennsylvania. If that's what they're looking at, then that's fine. They may have just had the tornado possible on it for a while just to kind of cover, some of the things we had going on earlier. Actually, let me go back over to Pittsburgh. So that's my best estimation on that. That's definitely a little bit of inflow. There's a little bit of spin there. I don't know if they'll warn that or not. I will say this: if for some reason if they warn this in the next few minutes, it'll probably clip Columbiana County. It might clip Jefferson County, and you guys won't be included in really any of it. It'll be there, but that little cell won't impact you because it's going to move very quickly into Beaver County, PA. So if they were to do that, yes, I think also because they had the warning, and this is such a large warning. It's massive, and I think up here, on the Greenville, all that, earlier we had some areas I was watching that that might be something, might not be. It's really nothing now, and I'm wondering if maybe they started tagging it toward possible because of that. But at this point, I think it's probably just that little cell there in the panhandle that really has anything of significance, if you want to call it that. There's going to be a lot of flooding. It's definitely a lot of rain. We've had a lot of rain this month. I haven't heard any reports of tornadoes on the ground. Haven't seen anything like that. There was a tornado warning earlier in far western Mahoning County, towards like the Sebring area. But by the time the storm got there, it didn't do much. And then that storm later had another tornado warning on it, but in Columbiana County. And that might have actually produced for a brief time. It was looking pretty good. But no, there was a tornado warning earlier today for that little corner there of Mahoning County near Sebring. But by the time the storm got to there, it was not. They had expired the tornado warning. So. And just as I was getting ready to kind of sum some stuff up here, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. But here's the deal. The new severe thunderstorm warning is this massive box. They went mega crazy on us. This is Pittsburgh's massive severe thunderstorm warning right here. It's huge. So it's just including the line where it's at now. So the severe thunderstorm warning is going to stay in effect till midnight for like far eastern Ohio here, like East Liverpool down towards Mingo Junction, south of Steubenville, all that way. But hopefully they'll update it and they'll gradually cancel that out, because that's not going to stay there for much longer. They're just overlapping the warning a little bit to include what's there now. Do want to point out too that further south where they didn't have, you can't see it here. Let's do this. Go to Charleston real quick. So we had our severe thunderstorm warning earlier. It's gone for southeastern Ohio, but they did issue this special weather statement, and basically it reads: wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour are possible. But that's kind of where we're at, right? So nice little gust front out ahead of it. Athens getting in on a storm. Chauncey, the Plains, getting into Jackson. This may bubble and boil a little bit here, but I don't think the winds get strong enough to do too much. It'll be a lot of just heavy rain, moderate winds, if you will. Up to 50, I think 40 to 45 is probably where they'll see most of it. They did cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Hocking County finally. And then they still have the severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Belmont, Guernsey, Harrison, Jefferson, Monroe, Norval until 11. And that's probably just going to be allowed to expire at this point. Let's go back up to Pittsburgh here. Yeah, pretty much everything right along the state line right now, from Youngstown south to Steubenville, pretty much. So with that said, let's do this. This one, okay. All right, so let's do this. So it's been a pretty crazy day. Again, if you've hung out with me the entire time, kudos. It's a long time. I've been on for almost 5 hours. It's pretty crazy. So right now we have this huge severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to go to midnight, and you guys hear in it, it will probably drop before that. This big box here is going to drop off here in about a minute and a half. And the same with this box here. It's going to drop off in about a minute and a half. I thought I heard another warning come through, but I don't. Let me double check. I'm going to zoom out just a touch. Oh, yeah. I see. So they're going to continue to do. Pittsburgh's going to get a little crazy. I don't know why they did that. Okay. Pittsburgh's going to decide it's going to warn rain showers tonight. So they want to warn this down here till midnight. So pretty much you got a severe thunderstorm warning till midnight now for Monroe and Belmont and parts of Noble County. I don't see winds in here that support issuing a warning, to be honest with you. But hey, if they want to warn it all the way to Morgantown and Garrett County, Maryland, that's just fine. I guess they are going to warn their entire county warning area at this point. So, hey, whatevs. I don't think this is going to be a bad. Gusty winds, I think maybe 40, 45 miles an hour, brief heavy rain. I think that's the best you're going to see out of that. That is going to continue to diminish. Everything up here, Ashtabula, Trumbull County, your rain, the storms are in PA, Mahoning County. It's just the far eastern portion, just east of Youngstown, and then into Columbiana County, same deal. As you get south of there, Jefferson County, it's right along the river. It's going to move east. It's going to be out, which is good. As you get further south and east, let me just move this down here a little bit. Again, we do have showers, some thunderstorms moving in from Indiana, additional rain across the Cincinnati metro. All that was expected. This here is all going to be non-severe. As we get over here, this is kind of our line that was a little frisky earlier. No severe thunderstorm warnings on it. They do have the special weather statements out for wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, but you'll probably stay a little bit less than that. Some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of small hail here at the storm right over Jackson right now. But other than that, gusty winds and heavy rain are probably the biggest threats with that. Columbus, some rain up that way towards Lancaster and back towards Chillicothe. But again, that was to be expected. So that's what we have tonight. I think with that, we'll go ahead, we'll wrap up coverage for this evening. Again, definitely thank you for joining us here at Ohio News and Weather. We have a nice free app. If you search Ohio News and Weather on your app store, you'll find it. Give that a download. Our live streams are actually going into the app, and I believe this one did tonight as well. So if you're not near Facebook or something like that, you can pull up the app and you can see our live streams all on the app as well. Of course, we have a YouTube channel. You can follow us on there. Live streams go there, and your other favorite social platforms as well. Again, thank you so much for joining. Have a good